Hello, this is a test. If you're watching this, you're going to see about an hour of nothing. So I recommend that you zoom forward.
What is this?
Oh no. Good morning, everyone. We're going to get started in about 5 minutes. Tony, can you hop on with your video so we can do a quick test? There he is. All right, perfect. Yeah, again, good morning, everyone. We're going to get started in about 5 minutes. If you can tell us where you're watching in from in the chat, we can say hi. A big hi to Eddie Ree from Santa Cruz. All right, we'll be back in a few. All right, we're going to give it just a few more minutes to let people log on. Welcome, everyone. We're going to give it just a couple more minutes here. If you haven't already, please let us know who you are and where you're logging in from in the chat. I'm still working on my audio here. Hang on. All right. Oh, man. Testing, 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 testing. All right, everybody. Hello. Welcome to the 2021 Beach Safety Tech Conference. Awesome to see so many people logging in from all over the world. We've got people from the UK. Thank you to our friends from Europe and Africa for staying up really, really late. And a huge thanks to the folks in Asia who are maybe up really early. So it's morning here in Sydney. Awesome to see, again, people tuning in from California, from all over Australia, from Hawaii, Bahrain, New Zealand. We've got lots of folks here. So we're very excited to host this conference for you. So we're going to get rolling here. Just as a quick note, if you are running into any technical difficulties, there is a live stream running right now on YouTube. So if you're having problems with Zoom, you can always go to the conference webpage and log in on, or just watch on YouTube. All right. So this event is an international forum exploring the use and development of technology for ocean lifeguards, beach safety professionals, and researchers. My name is William Kuhn. I am a PhD student at the University of New South Wales in Sydney. I'm going to guide the group through this first session together and help you as best I can navigate the different rooms as well. So this event really was the brainchild of a bi-weekly meeting between the UNSW Beach Safety Research Group and the Smart Beaches team. The UNSW Beach Safety Research Group works to advance safety science through collaboration and innovation research so that everyone can enjoy the beach safely. And Smart Beaches is an association of land managers that aims to create safer, smarter, and better beaches through improved communication to beachgoers, database decision-making, and collaboration between industry stakeholders. Before we go any further, I'd just like to say a big thank you to Dr. Rob Brander from UNSW, my boss, and Tony Blunden and Brad Sutton from the Smart Beaches program here in Australia, also from the Lake Macquarie City Council. That group was integral in making this event happen. So as we keep saying, we're very excited that you're joining us today. We have over 300 people registered for this event, tuning in from over 30 countries, which was more interest than we ever thought we would get. So we're very happy that you're joining us. We've got 25 different speakers from 8 countries. So again, if you haven't already, please say hello in the chat box. Let us know where you're coming, where you're watching from. So, okay, I'm gonna keep this housekeeping section kind of short so we can move forward with our first keynote. Operating on Zoom today. Okay, there is the chat feature, so you can keep
all right, thanks, Matt.
Oh. Hello, Shane. Go ahead and mute yourself. There's the chat feature. We can keep the chat going throughout the presentations or afterwards. Feel free to share your comments, experiences, ideas in there. There's also a Q&A button on the bottom of your screen. So if you do have a question, you can hit that Q&A and then you write your question. That question will go to the panelists, and the moderators or the panelists in the session will either choose to address it out loud. So they might say, oh, we have a question from Ryan. Ryan wants to know blah, blah, blah. Or they can actually type back to you. So please do utilize that Q&A function as well. All right, as you might have known from all the emails I've been sending you, we have 2 Zoom rooms today. So right now you are in room A, okay? After this session is finished, if you would like to go to the crowd counting technology session, you need to log out of this one and log into room B. So we're gonna cover that when this session is finished. But just a quick recap, we have 4 really excellent breakout sessions. Session 2A, so in room A, right after session 1, this one, is predictive modeling and risk forecasting, moderated by Greg Dusek from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration in the US. Session 2B, so happening next, but in room B, you're gonna have to log out and log into room B, is crowd counting technologies, moderated by Nick Mulcahy from the University of New South Wales and Surf Life Saving New South Wales. Session 3A, so back in room A, the 3rd session is gonna be lifeguard data collection with me. That's gonna be a fun one, biased. And then session 3B, again, 3rd session in room B is gonna be education and public communication technology, moderated by Jazz Laws, who is the senior researcher at Surf Life Saving Australia and a visiting research fellow at the University of New South Wales. Okay, we're going to cover that when session 1 is done, just to give you some more instructions. Let's see. If you are having trouble, please do go to the webpage, the conference webpage, and there are links there where you can just watch it on YouTube. All right, that was a lot. We're going to go ahead and move forward with the first keynote presentation. So our first talk is by Dr. Rob Brander. Dr. Brander is a professor in the School of Biological Earth and Environmental Sciences at the University of New South Wales here in Sydney, Australia. Rob's background is in coastal geomorphology, and he is one of the world's foremost experts in the rip current hazard. In the last decade, Rob has pivoted a little bit, and his research interests have moved more into the field of beach safety research, which he's going to talk about today. And he studies now topics related to rips, but also beachgoer knowledge and behavior in relation to safety, practice, and hazards. So Rob's going to present his talk, Bridging the Gap Between Research Technology and Beach Safety Operations. Rob, go ahead whenever you're ready.
Yeah, thanks, Will. And are you seeing my screen? Are you seeing my presentation right now?
I'm seeing your presentation, but we're not seeing you. So can you turn your camera on?
It says I can't start my video because the host has stopped it. So you're stopping me.
Oh, geez. Again, stopping.
But you don't have to see me.
Okay, I'll work on that. But
okay.
Why don't we go ahead and start?
Yeah. All right, so thanks everybody for joining this conference, and I'd like to thank all the people that Will thanked, but mostly I'd like to thank Will, because putting this together was a massive effort, and it's hard to describe just how much time Will has spent on this. So a big thanks to you, Will. And I guess one of the interesting, here we go, start my video.
There he is.
Yeah, Will has introduced me, so I won't introduce myself anymore, but what's interesting is that I'm not a technology person at all. I barely even know how to use my phone. So the question is, well, why am I starting off this conference with this particular talk? Well, I'm what I call myself now a beach safety researcher, and I think the purpose of my talk today is to give you an overview of what beach safety research is, why it's important, provide some examples, and describe how beach technology can not only help beach safety research, but also help lifeguards in general. And I am biased because I am a scientist and a researcher, but my argument would be that research really underpins and validates the value of a lot of what we do in respect to drowning and injury prevention. And hopefully that will translate into technology as well. And here's Bondi Beach, just as a nice starting point. Okay. So beach safety research is a fairly new area of research. It's really only taken off in the last 10 years, I would say. And there's a number of scientists doing it, and there's a lot of them are actually in attendance today. And I just wrote a little chapter in a coastal encyclopedia just to kind of define what it is. And beach safety research is really a mixed methods approach. So it involves multi-disciplines. It involves physical sciences, social sciences, methods, analysis. But really, it's all about combining this type of information and these type of approaches to really try and improve our understanding of the various issues, many of which are complex, related to beach safety. So it involves elements of studying the physical behavior of the hazards themselves. It looks at the types of beaches that we have and how they behave. It also needs to focus on how humans behave and how humans interact with the beach, what they understand, what they don't understand. It has elements of epidemiology, incident reporting, and risk and science communication. So it really is a wide-ranging field. And I want to make this point. A lot of people never really see the value of what scientists and researchers do. But, I can go and talk to lifeguards, which I often do, and ask them what I think is your main problem at the beach. And they can say, well, the main problem is rip currents. Most of our rescues are rip currents. They're happening at these times of days, and these are the people who are getting in trouble. That's great. And I absolutely believe any information that lifeguards tell me, but it's not particularly useful unless it's evidence-based and you have data to support your knowledge. So that's really what beach safety research does. It provides this evidence-based platform for understanding beach safety issues even more. So a really good beach safety research study is going to look at some of the physical factors of beaches. It's going to look at the type of the beach, the behavior, the existence of rip currents. It's going to look at various environmental controls like waves and tides, and currents and breaking waves. Maybe those studies will link those to the social factors, or maybe they'll look at that in isolation, because scientifically, we have a pretty good understanding of how beaches behave. We also have a pretty good understanding how rip currents behave, which is, of course, one of the main hazards on surf beaches. But what we don't have as good an understanding of are the social factors. We don't nearly know as much as we should about people who use the beach. We don't know their swimming ability, where they're from. We don't know if they actually go in the water, what they understand about common beach safety hazards, what they understand about beach flags. We just don't know that much. And we don't really understand, are they responding to signage? And these are huge questions, and it varies around the world depending on where you are and culturally as well. And we don't know how important is the presence of lifeguards to people when they go to the beach. Do they naturally assume they're there? Or do they just go to any beach and not really care? And also, beach safety research involves looking at the types of education we do to try and keep people safe. And there's very many forms of that, but is it effective? So beach safety research covers a lot of stuff. And this is the crux. This is a diagram I've used for a number of years. Beach safety research really tries to solve what I call information disconnects. So we have a lot of good beach safety research going on around the world. But until recent times, a lot of these scientists have been kind of working in isolation. They're doing their research and it kind of stays with them. What really needs to happen is that information needs to be communicated to beach safety practitioners, lifeguard organizations, whatever. And these two groups need to really work together to sort of drive each other's own needs and goals. So there's often been an information disconnect there where they're not working together. And there needs to be that two-way communication. And then ultimately, it's really up to beach safety practitioners and organizations to communicate knowledge to beachgoers themselves and to try and have lifeguard services to keep beachgoers safe. But that needs to be done using best practice, and the information that's communicated, it should be correct, should be consistent. But you've always got the other challenge where we don't always know how good the information going to the beachgoers is, but we also don't know much if the beachgoers are actually paying attention to that information. And the final disconnect is really, there's a big gap between what beach safety research is doing and what the public knows about it, which is virtually nothing. And there's very few examples of scientists or researchers who are engaging directly with the public. But I sort of think if we kind of tackle all of these disconnects, that is really going to have a long-term impact on reducing beach drowning and injury, which is what we're all about. And that includes beach safety researchers. And in terms of this conference, I think technology has a big role to play in addressing each and every one of those disconnects. So I'm just going to run through some examples, just to give you some examples of some of the beach safety research that's been done. And, some of this is mine because I'm more familiar with it. But about 10 years ago, maybe a little bit more, these instruments, if you like, called GPS drifters were designed and built, and these are designed to float in the water like a person would float, and you put a GPS on them and you throw them in rips. This is a rip current at Bondi Beach, and you track where they go. And this is some data that was done from a PhD thesis by Jack McCarroll, who's now back in Australia. And we seeded this beach, which was Whale Beach in Sydney's northern beaches, with about 30 drifters, for most of a tidal cycle. And you just have this unprecedented ability to map the circulation on a beach. So this is looking down at the beach. We had one rip against the headland here, one in the middle of the beach, and down here. Just unbelievably advanced our knowledge of rip current science. And there's other researchers, plenty of researchers using drifters around the world. But what was interesting was we combined that with testing escape strategies. How do you get out of a rip? Because there's been a long debate. Should you swim parallel to the beach? Should you float? What should you do? So as part of these experiments, we carried the drifters in, but we also had people go in with GPS, and some of them swam parallel, some of them floated. And I won't go over all the results, but everything's complex when it comes to the beach. And this is looking down on a beach, and this is a rip current that 100% of the time circulated around, and everyone who floated just ended up safe and sound in the sandbar. 150 meters down the beach was a rip current against a rock reef, and everyone who floated ended up a long way offshore and didn't recirculate back. And we found similar things with swimming parallel. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't work. It just depends on the nature of the rip current circulation. And Jack McCarroll wrote this up in the Journal of Natural Hazards. But that describes the strategies based on these experiments. It has nothing to do with what people feel comfortable with doing when they're caught in a rip current. What do they want to do? And so we extended the study and we did surveys and interviews of people who'd actually been caught in rip currents. And we looked at good swimmers, weak swimmers, and the findings of this study were quite interesting because they basically showed the same thing, that floating works for some people, swimming works for other people. But the net result of these studies was that there's no single piece of advice that seems to work in terms of escaping in all situations for all people. And that influenced the advice that Surf Life Saving Australia, who was involved in the research, started promoting to the public. And it's also influenced rip current safety advice around the world. So beach safety research can have a global impact. Now, another aspect of beach safety research is it very much is about the who, where, when, how, what, and why of beach safety problems. And Surf Life Saving Australia is very good at compiling all the coastal drowning statistics every year, and they produce a national report. So you can see how many coastal drownings there were last year, 86% male. You can see the cause of the rescues, where they occurred around Australia, how it's varied over time, and locationally where it's going on. This is your platform for identifying the scope of your drowning problem. That absolutely is crucial, but it relies on good data. And while this is good at telling people what the problem is, it doesn't necessarily solve the problem. So the next step of beach safety research is to focus on particular aspects of hazard. So maybe you focus on the rip current hazard. Maybe you focus on surf zone injuries. And if you have access to a very high quality data set, for example, this one in Costa Rica, they were actually really able to get an understanding of where the rip current problem was happening and who it was happening to. And now you've got some fantastic work going on in France, led by Bruno Castel and some of his colleagues who are using lifeguard data to examine the occurrence of surf zone injuries around France, but also trying to relate that to environmental controls like the waves and tides. Because if we can find there's a link between when these incidents occur to environmental controls, well, that allows us to in future have some sort of predictive and forecasting capabilities. The what and why of beach safety problems really gets into the people, so beachgoer behavior. And more studies are starting to do surveys of people on beaches just to find out what they're all about, what they know, what they don't know about beach safety. This one was an Australian study done almost a decade ago, and this one was a more recent one looking at students in Spain. So this is information we need to gather globally. What are your beachgoers all about? What do they know? And there's a strong psychological aspect to beach safety research as well. A paper came out recently talking about what we call confirmation bias. And this is all about people. And the idea here is that you show up at a beach, there's a rip current there. You might not even know there's a rip, but you're more likely not to go swimming when there's no one around. But if there's people around, there's people in the water, you're with your friends, you're probably going to go swimming. So there's a strong psychological component. The what and why, there's also been a lot of attention paid to rip current identification. How good are people at spotting rip currents? And there's plenty of studies that have shown that most people aren't very good at spotting rip currents. And there's a recent study that came out of New Zealand led by Sebastian Pittman, where he actually went to a beach in New Zealand and showed people pictures of rip currents. And even people who were good at spotting rip currents in the pictures weren't actually very good at actually spotting a rip that was on the beach. And this has all sorts of implications in terms of how do we educate people about rip currents spotting? Do we show them pictures? Do we show them video? And this is where technology can come in as well. We've even done studies related to beach signage. What is effective in terms of communicating to people? And there's plenty of signage varies around the world. We have to have signs, but there's plenty of studies that have shown they're not as effective as authorities think they may be. So that's an overview of beach safety research, but how can technology help all of this? Well, one, it can provide us with a massive amount of data that doesn't exist at the moment. Two, it can provide us with a massive amount of good quality, high quality spatial and temporal data that can just open doors from a research perspective. If we can access data that doesn't exist now, we can start to answer a lot of these questions that we're still a bit unsure about. So it can overcome data acquisition challenges. And the whole goal of beach safety research is really to come up with some outcomes that are useful to the public, useful for future beach safety education, useful to lifeguard operations. But we want them to be validated. So how does this all relate to what we're going to talk about in the conference today? Well, as Will described, there's 4 primary themes and breakout sessions. One is related to predictive modeling and forecasting. And I don't want to jump ahead and steal Greg Dusic's thunder. But for example, he's going to talk about this operational model that's just been released in the United States, where you can sort of click on these icons. It takes you to a location and it gives you a probability forecast of your rip current risk that's actually based on environmental controls at the time. So this is huge. Technology, if it can help us predict when and where we think conditions are going to be dangerous, that is absolutely massive in terms of helping people as well as lifeguard operations. You're going to hear stories or talks about crowd counting, which is a bit of a thing at the moment. All lifeguards do some sort of estimates of crowd counts. We know that it's very difficult to get accurate crowd counts, but knowing how many people on the beach is important from an exposure point of view to any particular hazards. But also, what's the point of having 6 lifeguards on duty on a cloudy day when there's no one there? Maybe you should extend lifeguard hours because there's more people at a beach later in the evening. There's all sorts of ramifications and implications for beach counting in terms of, should you have a lifeguard on a patrol beach? So you'll see some talks on that topic. And this is the big one as well. Well, I think it's a big one. Will's bias too. So all lifeguards collect data. From a research perspective, getting high quality lifeguard data is gold. This is what we need. Lifeguards have the potential to gather so much useful information. And Will did a study. He did a survey of data collection practices of lifeguards around the world and basically found that we all agree it's important, but there's a lot of inconsistency there. And there's challenges. Lifeguards are busy. They're not always able to collect data. So one of the big challenges that technology can overcome is making data collection easier for lifeguards. And then finally, we want to make beachgoers safer. And one of the best ways to do that is to empower them with knowledge. So how do we make that happen? How do we educate beachgoers? How do we motivate them to learn about these things? And yes, I mentioned signs before. We have to have signs on beaches. Is there a way that technology can make better signs? Many of us go out and we actually face-to-face educate people about beach safety and rip currents. But what technique is going to work? Is the old standard stand up and talk technique good, or can we use something like virtual reality? But most importantly, what's most effective? And that applies for any of these themes. We're going to use technology to help reduce drowning and injury on beaches. What is the most effective technology and ways about it? So I'm just going to leave you with this. We're sort of where I started. My final thought is we're all about trying to reduce beach drowning and injury. We need to solve these disconnects and make them better as much as possible. And technology can do that. But what technology is going to be useful? There's plenty of technology out there. But is it going to be a technology that's just sort of like a bit of a toy? Or is it going to be technology that's going to have some real value and real world outcomes? So I'll just stop there. And maybe there's some time for questions.
Rob, I think we're just going to power on through. If you do have a question for Rob, go ahead and drop it in the chat or in the Q&A, and we will bring it up later in the panel discussion, or maybe Rob can just write back to you in the chat. So thanks, Rob. I'm going to ask that you stop sharing your screen. Perfect. And next up, Tony, you can go ahead and get prepped, share your screen, and turn your camera on. Tony Blunden, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, Will. Thanks.
Oh, all right. Can you turn your camera on, or there it is?
Yeah,
all right.
Just getting that sorted.
Awesome. Okay, so Tony is the project manager for Smart Beaches in Australia. Tony previously worked as a logistics officer in the Royal Australian Air Force. He's an avid surfer and loves to tackle super complex and challenging projects, of which beach safety is one. Welcome, Tony. Go ahead.
Excellent. Thanks, Will. Is my screen showing?
Can't see it yet.
Okay. There we go. How's that?
All right. We got it. I can see your whole screen. You're not in presentation mode yet. Perfect.
Excellent. We're on. Thanks, everyone. And yeah, thanks for joining us. I've got a presentation today more focused on the technology, but hopefully we'll see quite a few overlaps there with Rob Brander's presentation. Completely agree that I can see a link between research providing better information to improve operations, and then the operations being improved by technology. So I can see links between them, but I really liked the way Rob presented, in that three-way diagram, that it's important that we actually keep everything together, and it has to work together. So over the past few decades, technology has been improving at an unprecedented rate. It's become more capable and more affordable. This provides us some great opportunities to radically change our approaches to beach safety management. But it can also be pretty overwhelming. With the smart cities ideas booming around the world, it can seem like everybody's doing everything, and it's very hard to get a foothold in exactly what's happening. It can be very hard to get an understanding of the range of technology that's available, and also even harder to find out who exactly has tried something and how did that experiment go. As part of the Smart Beaches project, we tried a whole bunch of different technology, but we also took the time to scan the landscape to see what else was happening out there. So to help navigate beach safety technology, created a mind map that categorizes key groups of technology and provides a couple of examples of each. So the map's divided into 6 sections, and today I'll go through each of these sections and I'll briefly talk about some of the challenges we've faced and some of the opportunities I can see for each area. Now, each section is based on output rather than a technology type, and I think this is really important, this output focus, because it really helps focus on the operational impact and steering a delivery of technology with a clear purpose in mind. You might recognise these sections from the breakout sessions later today. So it's sort of helped us guide the breakout sessions. So if there's anything in here that interests you, then check out the relevant breakout session to find out some more information later today. The last thing, I guess, is that this diagram is by no means complete. So I want it to continuously evolve as we learn more about the application of technology in beach safety, and we get more and more examples of things that have been tried and things that are working. So if you do have an idea or you do know of something that's not listed, please let me know and I'll update it. I'll be hosting this diagram on our website at www.smartbeaches.com.au. We're currently in the process of just updating that website. But the diagram will be hosted there so people can use it as a reference. And also for our members, there'll be some brief breakdowns of each of the different technologies. So I'll start with environmental conditions. What are the conditions at your local beach? What are they going to be like later this week? We've got general Bureau of Meteorology or standard sort of weather information, but there's also some pretty impressive complex localized models out there, and you can also install bespoke sensors, so individual weather sensors at your beaches. These technologies provide reliable options for assessing and recording local environmental conditions. The big challenges I see here is that it's often assumed to be really easy and readily available. Everyone thinks, well, the weather information's it's out there, you can just find it. And to a degree, this is true, but the challenge is bringing the best of that data together into a coherent manner. That can be really difficult. So the challenge is really around data integration. I'll be talking a little bit about data integration today. And this is really about bringing multiple divergent data sets together, and also looking at the challenge of where's that data going to be stored, how are you going to construct your new database, and how are you then going to retransmit that information. Data integration, again, like the weather stuff, is often assumed to be easy. It's like, oh, we'll just plug that into the system and send that information out. But it can be quite a challenging part of the project in its own right. It's really the glue that holds any of these smart cities, smart beaches applications together, is being able to pull multiple data sets together. And weather data seems to be or environmental data seems to be one of the first that runs into that problem. The real opportunity here is in reducing lifeguard workload. So from a research perspective, this data is often available retrospectively. So when Will and Rob are doing research, they can go and find this weather data and normally bring it together manually. But if we can bring it together in a coherent manner in a way that's useful for lifeguards, we can help reduce their reporting workload each day. This will also help with some standardization across lifeguards, so everyone's using the same data, getting the same information. Visitation. So the number of people visiting a beach and therefore exposed to ocean hazards is a key component of any beach safety risk assessment. However, these are routinely based on estimates from the lifeguards, and they're available only at patrolled locations during patrolled hours. So in my opinion, beach visitation data is currently one of the most important missing components of beach risk safety assessments. And this one's by no means an easy task. So beaches are large dynamic environments, and people counting technologies that are out there are generally developed for small defined spaces such as walkways, shops, and streets. It quickly becomes really complex and or expensive to cover an entire beach. Another challenge we have in visitation counting on the beach is requirements definition. So exactly what area on the beach do we want to count? Do we need to count people in the water as well? What about on the promenade? What about at the cafe? How far down the beach do we want to go? Do we need to count every hour, or do we just count a couple of times per day? And what's most important, is it the average number of people at the beach at any one time, or is it the total number across the day? All of these questions are pretty easy to blur out when we're estimating numbers and working with rubbery figures. But once you start applying technology, it's critical to define these parameters. So it means we've really got to start thinking about how we define this stuff. Privacy is also a concern with this sort of technology, but in my experience, it's been fairly easy to mitigate with by adopting some fairly standardized and readily available practices. The clear opportunity here is to improve the accuracy and consistency of the data, and therefore the accuracy and consistency of our beach risk assessments. The biggest opportunity is to make data available for unpatrolled locations and unpatrolled times. This enables thorough risk assessments of the coastline that's managed by a government agency, not just the areas that are currently being patrolled. And this sort of data as well also has crossovers to other areas. So it's important for beach safety assessments, but it can also be used for economic, environmental, social decision-making across the city. We've found so far that image analytics is probably the most promising of the emerging crowd counting technologies, but there are some others out there. So lifeguard activity. In today's world, it seems like there's an app for everything, and lifeguarding reporting is no exception. There's a number of technologies that exist that can digitize your daily reporting. There's also the opportunity to integrate environmental and visitation data into those reports so that lifeguards don't have to record them themselves. There's also some really interesting opportunities to integrate GPS sensors and smartwatches and other tracking information to help improve our understanding of lifeguard operations throughout the day. The challenge here is data integration. So from a lifeguard perspective, this technology has to work. Their main role is not fiddling with technology and playing with databases each day. They're there to patrol the beach and to help people. So while most lifeguards appreciate the importance of data collection and the way that it influences decision-making, if it's not easier than paper, or it doesn't add any new value, or it consistently crashes, it's going to be quickly replaced by paper again by the lifeguards, and quite rightly so. The clear opportunity here is for more reliable and readily available data for decision making. We'll reduce human error, reduce cognitive load for the lifeguards, and the biggest opportunity is to use the technology to move towards some consistency across services. If we have same data collection across multiple different agencies, then this opens up opportunities for collaborative problem solving. So risk management technology. This is really the cutting edge of beach safety tech. It's the world of AI and neural networks. Is it possible for a computer to understand and predict the risk managed by lifeguard services? There's two distinct areas here. The first one is forecasting. So this is predicting risk into the future. This could lead to more dynamic rostering, better public communication, and improved business cases for resources. This is understanding, next Wednesday, it's going to be really busy and really dangerous at the beach, but by Friday, it should have calmed down. We can then look at balancing our resources a bit more effectively. Active monitoring is more about monitoring current conditions and using technology to bring particular scenarios to the attention of lifeguards. This has strong potential at unpatrolled locations and also supporting areas where lifeguard resources might be stretched pretty thin. So risk management technology has the potential to fundamentally change the way we approach beach safety and to directly save lives. The challenge is that ocean safety is an extremely complex system. Rob highlighted that really well earlier. And this is compounded by historical data quality and disagreement, understandably, amongst lifeguards as to the process to be followed. So what exactly defines a dangerous day? Do we use a 3-point or a 5-point or a 10-point scale? Are we talking about the risk from a lifeguard point of view or from the beachgoer's point of view? As with much of the technology, these problems come into sharp focus when we want to codify a system. We also have the problem of rubbish in and rubbish out. So these tools are only as good as the data they're based on. So we really need to focus on those earlier data collection technologies to then really be able to spool up this risk management technology. The good news here is there's lots of researchers out there keen to look into this problem. Far from being a threat to lifeguards, these tools are actually more likely to strengthen the case for lifeguard services. The key opportunity is for services to collaborate on the way that risk is assessed and to respond, the way it's assessed and responded to, so that we can more easily codify that system. There's a breakout session specifically on this later on, so check it out for some interesting talks on this field. So public communication. Beach safety can be greatly improved through a well-informed patronage. Technology offers modern opportunities for communicating beach safety information to the public. The challenge here is really just the variety of the audience. So how well do they swim? Do they understand the ocean? Do they speak the local language? What activities are they trying to do that day? All of these factors make any one message really difficult to communicate accurately. The opportunity here is to rethink normal. So we can get a little bit stuck in our ways sometimes. We do things the way we've always done them. Technology, particularly in this field, gives us a great opportunity to break that down and think of different ways to communicate our messages. So what other tools could we use? There's tons of different apps and websites out there. One thing I would question everybody on is, are you making your message broadly available rather than just pushing it to one app or one website? Are we trying to make our message as broadly available as possible so it can connect with as many different people as possible? We'll hear later today about using virtual reality in beach safety training. There's also been some interesting work on this front from groups like Ocean Live using flashing signs on the beaches. And other areas still have dynamic electronic signage at their beaches. There's an incredible scope here for innovative ideas. And this last section covers technology to improve the customer's beach experience. So we're talking here about public Wi-Fi, parking sensors, self-compacting bins, and sun cream dispensers. There's a range of technology available that will directly and immediately benefit those enjoying a day at the beach. The challenge here is that because it's not directly related to beach safety, we don't have that clear operational objective. There's a ton of technology that falls into this category. It also means there's blurred lines between what's specifically relevant to the beach and what's just generally relevant to a city. So who's responsible? Is it the waste management team, the tourism team? So without that direct link, the opportunities become a bit endless. It can also lead to too many shiny toys here. So any sort of shiny toy can be stuck at the beach. What we really need to think about is, how will this help? The opportunity here is you've got a direct impact to the public. So some of the other technologies we're installing are all about improved data collection, improved understanding of data so that we can make better operational decisions, have lifeguards in the right place at the right time. This section is, and so that's not as visible to the public, whereas in this section, you're directly integrating with the public. So you can use this sort of technology to engage the public with other sources of technology or with your beach safety message. There's also opportunities here that a lot of vendors are opening up profit sharing arrangements or managed service type arrangements. So that really de-risks the application of this technology from a council point of view. There's chances there to give things a go with a pretty low upfront cost. So here's the map in total again. There's a vast range of technologies available to support beach safety operations. There's lots of challenges to overcome. It's by no means something that's off the shelf and ready to go. So we need to be experimenting and we need to be trying new things and be willing to fail. There's also a lot of opportunity to be gained. My key takeaways from this talk is to really focus on that output. So focus on what is the operational output you're looking for here, not exactly which technology are you wanting to try, what output are you trying to gain. And the second key takeaway is don't underestimate data integration. Think about how you're going to structure that data flow, how you're going to store it, and how you're going to manage that. It's surprisingly complex. So I'll be hosting this map on our website. There'll be short case studies for the members in there. And I also hope to keep developing it. So please reach out and help me keep pace with this rapidly developing field. And again, for more information on some of these technologies, check out the breakout sessions later today. Thanks for listening.
Excellent. Thank you, Tony. Round of applause virtually from everybody watching. Thanks to Rob and Tony for these really nice sessions that I think have framed the rest of our day as we move into the breakout sessions. So a quick note, if you are watching this on Zoom and the presentations are very small and the presenter is very big, there's a slider in the middle of the Zoom bar and you can slide that left and right to make one bigger or the other. So if you're looking for a size change for either of those boxes, try that and it may, it may make the viewing experience a little bit better. So we're going to move now into a panel discussion. And so I'm going to ask that Matt, Andy, Adam, and Shane all turn their cameras on and unmute their mics as I kind of set this up. So we are going to have a big picture conversation on, what the role of technology is in lifeguard operations and some of these guys' thoughts. So as I introduce you, just maybe give a little wave and then each of them will have an opportunity to share a little bit more about their organizations. So we have Shane Daw, the General Manager of Coastal Safety from Surf Life Saving Australia, tuning in, I'm assuming from Sydney. We have Adam Yohara, a Section Chief from the Los Angeles County Fire Department Lifeguard Division. We've got Matt Duplessis, who's the Lifeguard Manager for Waverly Council. That's with Bondi Beach. And then we have Andy Kent, there he is, who is the National Lifesaving Manager from Surf Life Saving New Zealand. So we have a really incredible group of people, lifeguard leaders from all over the planet here to chat about this. I've got some prepared questions that I want to kind of facilitate the discussion, but before we do that, I'm going to ask that each of them take a very quick minute and 30 seconds, 2 minutes to talk about their organization and how you guys are using technology and just to kind of introduce where you're coming from. So Matt, would you like to go first?
Yeah, no problem. Thank you. First of all, we comprise of Bondi Beach, Tamarama, and Bronte Beach. It's some of the Australia's actually busiest beaches. As you know, Bondi, we've got the Bondi Rescue Show going on. We have about over 1,500 rescues a year down at Bondi specifically. Now, I work that out to be about 90 to 100 rescues a lifeguard every year that actually works down there. So it's actually quite a lot. We got about 2,500 first aids, and we have millions of visitations every year. Basically, Bondi or Waverley Council has about 60% of the state's rescue average just down at these 3 beaches, which is super high. Our council provides professional lifeguard services 365 days a year. And our mission is to provide the highest quality services in the coastal aquatic environment for the public through rescue, education, medical response, and beach management. Technology, such a busy beach, we do rely on a lot of technology, such as iPads. We use digital radios, iAuditor for electronic logs and checklists, reporting, Vault systems for our WHS reporting, GPS trackers. We recently placed on all our jet skis, our side-by-side vehicles, and some of our rescue boards. Our lifeguards even use personal Garmin watches for their fitness training and competitions between each other. We've got CCTV camera systems, PAs, and since COVID, we've introduced things such as Wi-Fi sniffing, camera AI, people counts, even people with clickers on the beaches, just walking up and down, counting the numbers of beach users. And and VMS boards, variable message signs. So yeah, there's a whole suite of things we're using, and we really do embrace the technology, and hope we get a lot out of this talk today.
Great, thank you, Matt. Chief Yahara from LA County, would you like to take a quick minute and 30 seconds to describe, where you're coming from and the organization you work for?
Sure. I work for Los Angeles County Fire Department Lifeguard Division. I've been with the department for about 14 years. We guard about 72 miles of coastline. We have 161 full-time employees and about 700 seasonal employees. Our activity ranges about 50 million visitors, about 10,000 rescues a year, 15,000 medicals, 400 boat rescues, 1,000 missing people. And we have about 65 units on the beach, 8 to 9 rescue boats, 8 rescue watercrafts, and about 10 side-by-sides. We have a variety of special teams that we have. We have the dive team, the Swiftwater, robotics, and our incident management team that goes out to large-scale incidents that manage large incidents on the beach, like oil spills, missing swimmers. And we've also expanded to do wildland fires, mud and debris flows, and we've also sent members to Puerto Rico to assist with Hurricane Maria. Some of the technologies that we've implemented were some of our databases that we use for our swim exams, and we've branched out and helped out with the fireside for their exams as well. About 40,000 participants come out to that. We've also used the databases to help with our incident management tracking. We recently used that to manage the PPEs for distribution in the Los Angeles County region during the COVID incident down here. And we have a bunch of lifeguards working that as well with testing sites, housing the homeless, and vaccination distribution. So we definitely embrace the technology. We use technological equipment with underwater submarines, Emily devices, and all sorts of fun things. So we love the technology, or at least some of us, and I continue like to push the living edge on those things and make us the most advanced lifeguard service as we possibly can.
Excellent. Thank you, Chief Yahara. Andy, would you like to take a quick 90 seconds, keep it short, describe your organization and where you're coming from? Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Will. G'day, everyone. As Will said, I'm the lifesaving manager. I've recently returned into this role from a 10-year break where I was in Australia for a bit. So a lot of familiar names. But yeah, Surf Life Saving New Zealand, very similar to Surf Life Saving Australia, but just on a smaller scale. 74 clubs, about 90 patrolled areas, spread right across the country, 4,500 lifeguards. Both volunteer and paid. We're the only service provider in New Zealand, so a little bit different from the makeup of what everyone sort of is pretty familiar in Australia. So yeah, our major issues and stuff around technology is trying to bring everyone together, and similar to Australia, trying to get different councils, different local authorities to bring all their ideas together. Some areas of the country very populated, other areas of the country, very rural, but during the holiday periods explode in terms of population. So there's not the money from those councils to really invest in technology to cope with that. So that's those sort of our challenges at the moment. And sort of, I'll talk about it a bit more around the panel discussion around what we're sort of looking at. Thanks, Will.
Excellent. Thank you, Andy. Welcome. And Shane, would you like to, 90 seconds, take a quick overview of what your role is in the organization you work for?
No worries. Thanks, Will, and thanks everyone for having us. Not in Sydney today, mate. Up on up in Currumbin at the moment on the Gold Coast, which isn't very sunny today, so a bit of weather coming in. But with regards to Surf Life Saving Australia, so we're a national organisation, as Andy implied, similar to New Zealand in that frame. We've got 314 surf lifesaving clubs around the country, 176,000 members, 46,000 of them approximately, which patrol the beach on a regular basis. A reasonably large employer of lifeguards with about 1,000 lifeguards around the country, around about 1,100, 1,200 inflatable rescue boats and jet rescue boats, helicopters, etc. So quite a big organisation in that sense. We've got 52,000 kilometres of coastline. Which we have, which is quite diverse, from very remote to very built up, as Matt knows, with Bondi being a popular location, and around about 12,000 beaches in that framework. So for us, technology is essential to ensure that we're viable and relevant to what's going on around the place, and also to be more efficient in what we're doing. So there was a number of things that were mentioned with previous presenters by Rob and Tony. So we've been doing work with Ocean Alive, the Neptune Ocean people, Luxsea, looking at wearable devices for alerts to provide information to surf lifesavers and lifeguards, risk rating systems, risk tools, to not just from a lifeguarding perspective, but also from an end user, from a public consumer point of view. How do we actually get them to actually understand the risks and be able to work out what these are? And we've done some fantastic work in the past with Samsung. We're doing a program, what we call Pocket Patrol, about having virtual live data provided to a person. They do a QR code, come through, and they can see what those risks are at those locations. We do a lot of work with the Bureau of Meteorology, as mentioned before with Tony, just about trying to understand some of the weather impacts and how we can forecast things moving forward. We have Patrol Ops app, we do camera counts, RIP drones, etc. There's plenty of stuff going on, which will no doubt come out through the day.
Excellent. Thanks, Shane. Okay, so for the four of you, the way that this is going to work best is, if you want to talk, just raise your hand and then I'll kind of work through each of you. If you see me raise my hand, that means that it's time for you to wrap up what you're saying. We've got kind of 4 domains that we want to cover in just under 30 minutes to do all of that. So try and keep your answers as concise as possible. We'll move forward. So the first kind of area that I want to talk about, or I want to get your perspective on, is the fact that there's a fear in many sectors that advances in technology will replace the people who are currently working those jobs. Do you share this concern for those working in lifeguarding and coastal safety? Will technology end up replacing lifeguards? Why or why not? I'm interested in some of your perspectives on that. So does anybody want to take the first crack at that, or am I going to call on someone? All right, Adam, go ahead. Thanks.
So in LA County in about 2003, we implemented our camera system similar to Surfline. And originally the lifeguards were a little apprehensive to that implementation, because they're like, well, if you're going to lifeguard from camera, you don't need us. But as Tony and Rob talked about, it kind of validates what we're doing out there. And it also, shows the need. And if anything, it makes the staff earlier and more frequent. And we also implemented the Emily device, which is like, I don't know if anyone's familiar, emergency integrated life-saving lanyard, basically a RC boat on steroids, like a little floating rescue can that go out. And they're like, well, how's that going to save people? And we demoed it and to operate that device, that RC boat, obviously you still need the lifeguards to spot the rescue, but it just doesn't really have the strength to really pull someone in any sizable surf. But we used it for sonar, for missing swimmers in the water and whatnot. And it actually takes more lifeguards than less lifeguards to manage it. So I think it's been a great resource. And, everyone at least in my department, everyone, they want change, but no one wants to actually do the change, so it's kind of so I think the way you implement it is just by implementing, a pilot project, and you start off small and you demonstrate the capabilities and internal politics just to eliminate the fear a little bit. And you also need the public buy-off as well. That public perception obviously is everything. So if they don't support your programs and what you're doing out there, then, it's not going to work.
Yeah. Shane, why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, thanks. I think, as Adam's saying, technology is certainly not going to replace people. I recall I lived through technology coming in, and Rob certainly did as well with the paperless society, and how's that worked out for us. I think we've got more paper than ever before, and actually more work out of it. So I think probably the critical factor, what we're finding is with technology, is it's opening up our insights and our awareness to just how deep some of these issues are and how far reaching they are. Whereas beforehand, we were probably a little bit ignorant or unaware of some of the diversity and the complexity of the situations and where they were occurring. With the technology, we're knowing that there's more and more locations that are being visited. We're actually finding out that a lot of incidents we didn't know about in the past, we're hearing about more often. So, everyone's got a smart device of some sort, so they're reporting things as they're happening. So if anything, if I'm looking at the risk gaps, if I'm looking at drones, if I'm looking at the development of the helicopter rescue services, etc., everything has actually increased our need to be out there. And with the growing community looking for a coastal sea change and visiting it and finding more and more areas, the technology is enhancing what we're doing. It's making us more responsive and reactive. And I think the fear factor needs to be pushed to the side to say, okay, how is this enabling me to do my job better? It's not going to take anything away. It's actually going to make me more efficient. And therefore, we may be able to do more at more locations, because the fact is, draining deaths are still occurring, and we're getting such a significant number of them around the world that's not going to go away, and technology needs to be embraced and owned.
Matt, go ahead.
Yeah, no, just thanks, Shane. I also actually agree on quite a lot of that stuff, especially with technology as supporting the services and providing the input why we actually need lifeguards. I think one thing that we do need to consider is we still need to focus on the 101s of lifeguarding, is because technology eventually will fail. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when, where the drone will fall out the sky, where the camera will go down, the radio network goes down. We've seen a whole bunch of things. And what we've still got to remember is the key lifeguard skills on their fitness, their training and all that when the jet ski doesn't work, well, they've still got to get the pair of fins on and swim and continue that rescue and bring a person back to the beach. So I think as we just got to make sure that when we use technology, it's a supplementary service to add benefit to all the operations and provide us some extra evidence base to actually go forward. So I think some people focus on technology too much into the operations, where they actually sometimes forget about the basics of the actual lifeguard themselves, of how they do their jobs. So, but we are embracing the technology, and we're looking at ways to help our service grow there.
Andy, last quick comment before we move on.
It's just a balance, right? I agree with Matt. It's a complete balance. Is that technology will help lifeguards rather than trying to be a jack of all trades and trying to do everything. As technology sort of comes in, we can sort of push like beach counting. Not some lifeguards and the variance around it is, if we can remove that from a lifeguarding activity where we don't have to do it because technology is doing it for us. Lifeguards, as Matt said, focus on the 101 of keeping people safe on the beach without these sort of extra add-ons of sort of what organisations like Surf Lifesaving New Zealand has sort of put on lifeguards forever, because we think it's a good idea to start counting numbers. But if we can remove that and they can focus back on 101, I think it's a really good use of it without trying to create these lifeguards who have to be so far stretched to do everything.
Excellent. Thank you for that. Okay, we're going to kind of plow forward here. So in 2017, Dr. Joost Beerens from the Netherlands wrote an editorial in response to a peer-reviewed scientific study on the use of drones by Swedish lifeguards in search and rescue. So in this editorial, Dr. Beerens commented that, quote, an exponential number of technological gadgets to assist drowning reduction have become available. Sponsors, managers, decision makers, and field workers can easily be seduced by these toys for boys without the proper understanding and evaluating of their needs, potentials, and failures. So the question to you all, in your mind, what are the driving objectives that should guide a lifeguard services decision to explore or adopt a new technology? And specifically, how do we ensure that these new tools are actually useful and not just fun new toys? Andy, why don't you kick us off? Thanks.
Yeah, I think this is if you work in life-saving and any sort of administration role, I bet you everyone can relate to this. And an organization like ours, we've got thousands of people who with their best intentions want to try and improve what we're doing. And even sponsors, they try and attach to a strong brand like Surf Lifesaving, and they want to be associated with the best intentions. But I think the one thing which we always need to drive back to is what is the problem we're trying to solve? And whenever someone approaches us with anything like this, it needs to be keeps being asked and answered. What problem are we trying to solve? Because I think the three things which come to my mind is someone's tried to reinvent the rescue tube for I don't know countless times in my sort of lifetime as being a lifeguard, when actually what problem are we trying to solve with reinventing a rescue tube? It might not be fit for purpose for a certain numbers of things, but what it is fit for purpose for, I think it does a really good job. So why are we trying to, but someone has a great idea because they think a blow up rescue tube might be better, but again, what problem are we trying to solve with it? I think Matt and Shane and my time in Australia remember this when UAVs first sort of came into it probably 7 or 8 years ago, and we all met in Queensland, and we were all sort of going, this is all great technology, but what are we trying to solve with this? And being sold a story of dropping things from the sky and all these wonderful things, which actually again, what we were talking about before is that we need all these people to try and fly these things first. What problem are we trying to solve? Where we're going to use this great piece of technology? And I think that's where I think the beach visitation cameras and all the people counting stuff, that's the type of thing which, from a Surf Lifesaving New Zealand point of view, what problem are we trying to solve? For us, really, really clear objective is that we want to get more accurate data to then try and help us understand who's using our beach. To me, those are three different things around which I think sort of from my point of view, are really quickly answered to say, well, the beach visitation data is exactly what problem we're trying to solve. We've got crap data. We want better data.
All right, thanks, Sandy. Someone else want to jump in here? Toys for boys, Adam?
Got me? Yeah, I think it's just, like Andy said, we just have to have our objectives and make sure it aligns with the mission of the organization. Every time we have a training academy through, I want to make sure that any action or anything that they do out there is related to the mission of protecting life, property, and the environment. And just having things just to have things, yeah, I agree. We're going to spend money needlessly. And, even when we started implementing, playing with YouTube and social media for public information, people originally thought we're just trying to compete with cat videos, but it's like, no, we got to come up with the times and get that information out there, because we're competing with people on cell phones, and that being in the newspaper the next day isn't quick enough. People want that information now. So to utilize those technologies, especially when they're cost effective, like social media, free in certain cases, and if it's properly policed and used correctly, it could be a very powerful asset to an organization to increase public awareness, ultimately for their safety, and to help disseminate that information in an appropriate manner.
Maybe you go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, okay, yeah, thanks. Yeah, I think was a pause there. Okay, yeah. I think from our side too, I was thinking is recently been going through some risk assessments, and if you're trying to lower the risk of a problem on the beach, and you've done all you can do, and there's not much more you can do to actually lower that risk, the likelihood and the consequence in that, by throwing more toys into the system just because you're doing that just to try and tick a box and more like the publics are than anything else, or politically, it's not always the best avenue to go down. So I think if you are really struggling, it's just do basic risk assessments about what have you done to, what control measures have you put in place for this, and do we actually need any further equipment, or does it need to be modified to actually control this risk? And if it doesn't, well, maybe you don't need to look in that area and actually focus on the bigger picture, and then continuously try and look after the vendors approaching you with all sorts of solutions to the world to solve all the problems, which you don't often have.
Thanks. My apologies. I think I'm having some tech slowdown. So if that happens again, yeah, just continue on without me. But Shane, do you want to wrap up the question?
I mean, the other three have covered it, I think, adequately for the major part of it. I think probably the key thing for me comes back to, what is the problem? Have we actually got an identified problem? What is the purpose of it? Because often we're very good, and I have a view. If we've got sometimes some very simple processes which are very effective, but let's give it to a group of people, and they can complicate the hell out of it. So sometimes we just need to take a back step on that, and just think about what is our problem, what are we trying to do. As Andy mentioned beforehand, when we put in drones, we had a sexy solution, we just didn't know what problem we were applying it to. So we just need to come back to some of those basics so that we don't complicate things, we don't distract our lifeguards and lifesavers from their primary duties, and come back to the reality. Is it improving, enhancing what they're doing, or improving or enhancing and value adding to saving lives? If it's not, if it's complicating things, then let's not get distracted.
Yeah, those are all great points. And I think keeping those things forefront in your mind as new things come up and new people come up with solutions is important. And that's where kind of we want to go next, is this idea of innovation and innovation culture. So in lifeguarding, many of the very early advances came from the field level lifeguards who were attempting to fill gaps, right? They were trying to figure out a way to do their job better or their job safer. The development of a portable line and reel, or the use of surfboards as a rescue device, and even the transition from, human powered surf boats to putting a motor on the back of the boat for surf zone rescues. All those changes were driven from lifeguards in the field. And this topic of innovation, brings several questions to mind. And so I'm going to pose kind of two areas that I'd like you guys to comment on. The first is internal innovation. So are advances still coming from within the lifeguard ranks? And then the second one that I want you to kind of think about is looking beyond the lifeguard sector. How has or should the profession engage with other industries to explore ways to advance and improve? Matt, you want to take a crack at this one?
Yeah, I think with these internal innovation, that's still happening nowadays. If any of you actually go up and watch some of the Bondi rescue shows, the rescue boards we actually use there have been developed by our lifeguards. They've actually got they've got a lot more chunkier, a lot more width, a lot more buoyancy to actually do mass rescues, and also rescue the bit of the larger clientele we're getting down the beach. So the lifeguards actually got together and actually brought on that plan for one of the new boards that we're using now. So also the jet ski sleds. So we've been using sleds for years. And once again, the lifeguards got together in the group and they've actually helped design the sled that we're actually using down at Bondi Beach. It's a lot of the sleds are all the same, but there's a few tweaks, a few add-ons, and it's just more of a bespoke kind of system we wanted to use. So I think on that side of things, it's more the equipment side we see the lifeguards with the innovation, as with the technology, actually the tech stuff itself, as we don't see too much movement. But then, hey, the guys have been using social media. That's something they embraced. If you'll see, there's a whole bunch of stuff the guys are pushing out there. And if we have a message we need to push out with surf safety, big waves, or anything like that, we push it out to the lifeguards, and through their own platforms, they push it out to all their followers. So there's a lot of internal stuff they've been using, which indirectly also helps us.
Excellent, thanks. Andy, Shane, Adam, any comments on kind of innovation culture in your organizations? Yeah,
Sure.
go ahead.
A lot of the technologies kind of come out of necessity that we develop here in the county. Let's say, for example, we implemented a CPR machine, and that developed because we only have, on our rescue boats, we only staff 2 personnel. So if they're transporting a patient from vessel to vessel or from vessel to beach, someone else has to man the vessel, and the other could be doing CPR on themselves. And we have a paramedic lifeguard. So one the paramedic might be pushing drugs and whatnot, and the other's driving to get help or get them to shore, just using those technologies just to make the job more efficient and better. And us being a little smaller organization in the fire department, we're able to still be very innovative on what we do. And we're always chosen to be the pilot project, and it's easy for us to get a lot of buy-off with a smaller group of people like-minded that really are safety focused. So it's great to be a part of an organization with a lot of bright minds that want to make things better and really want to help people.
Excellent. Just to clarify for Adam Wooler, when the LA County lifeguards are pushing drugs, that means that they're administering medicine, not giving out illegal substances.
We got to raise money the way we can.
Shane Shane or Andy, any other comments on innovation culture?
Yeah, thanks.
Andy, go ahead.
I'll let Shane go. You're right.
All right. Thanks, Andy. Innovation. I think it's changed a lot in recent years. So a lot of the innovation was coming from internally, and that still happens. It's, as Matt implied, it's getting a little bit more complex in some ways, but it's those little things which are making the difference, but also those thought bubbles and ideas that come forward and then can be built into something else. But the reality is that we've had to be a lot more adaptable. We have had to be a lot more responsive in some cases. So, working with different groups, like, whether it's the Bureau of Meteorology or others, is offering us new insights, which are allowing us to develop risk apps and tools. So the diversity of it is, I think it's coming from multi directions, and we're probably a lot more open to it. And also working with other organisations, at different stages. Organisations go very internal, but Matt and I discuss things on many occasions. Usually it involves me buying lunch because Matt doesn't buy lunch, but and there's a whole pile of other developments going on. But I think when you see the World Conference on Drowning Prevention and the sharing of data and information, there's innovation which is coming from all directions, whether it's from a member base, a lifeguard base, or from research institutions like through Rob's team, through government agencies like the BOM and others. I think there's a diversity there, and there's been good embracing of it, which is enhancing and benefiting us all.
Yeah, I agree with Shane around. I think one of the biggest things for us at the moment is development of apps for recording and reporting incidences. It's all well and good to sit in a comm center or an admin sort of position and work with an app developer to think what we need as an end result. But from a lifeguard user point of view, that innovation and what is actually applicable to the lifeguard on the beach is it's incredibly important. So, and really sort of pushing them to really unleash on a national manager like myself to say, what do you need? If we push this to you, is this the right way to do it? The other thing I want to say around innovation from the lifeguards ranks is New Zealand's population is growing all the time, like I suppose like everyone's, but it means we're finding different beaches and we're having to move to different beaches, which may be different. There's a lot of coastal erosion happening on Auckland's west coast. So, and it's a sort of over different types of years, the beaches change. So how do local lifeguards and local clubs use innovation to start? They might have to patrol their beach differently from what they have done in the last 5 or 6 years. So what type of technology do they need to cope with that change?
Thanks, Andy. It looks like we might have lost Will for a moment. So the second half of that question was about looking around at other industries. And I noticed one of the comments in the chat there about nurses spending a whole bunch of time entering data, which greatly reduces their time to spend with patients. And I think that really is very closely aligned to what we talked about before of Lifeguard 101. Are there any other examples of looking out to parallel industries for inspiration? Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, so I think one of the big ones, I think a lot of us, I think all around this group can actually understand is especially the apps and technology and recording and reporting of our going paperless system. I think that's caused a lot of headaches over the years, all the different systems we've been using. I think what we're doing now, we're actually not looking at having our own product, or we're actually looking at off-the-shelf product that other industries use, such as the mining groups or the other major Department of Transport, and the ones actually that we're looking at companies that really have a product that we can just tweak. I think when we look at industry for technology, often we're not the biggest movers with the technology side of things. There's a lot bigger industries out there, such as the Apples and all these other brands you can think of. And there's so much more work they do. And for us to start focusing on having our own bespoke systems in regards to, for example, recording our daily logs is something which we're probably not going to be going down that path. We're actually going to be looking at what's out there in the market already, because there's no point reinventing it if there's something really good that works out there.
Yeah, the New Zealand, I agree with Matt. The New Zealand Ambulance Service, St. John, is basically the main provider here. And in our northern region, Surfcom at the moment, they have a system of MDT. So basically it's in its infancy. It's only been going for about sort of 2 years, 2 seasons. And it's really starting to take off around how, if the ambulance service needs us, it's controlled from it's the same tablet which all ambulances have in their ambulances, which is pushed from the Ecom Centre, and now we have one. So any medical sort of jobs which are associated with the beach, we also get notified. All those beaches do as well. So it's using that sort of stuff and learning off them and around how that works and how they all communicate so smoothly. When yet we're still sort of struggling with WhatsApp or a radio network, which sort of it works, but we need to be smarter, and learning off them has really been a really big benefit for us.
Excellent, thanks, Andy. I'm just conscious of time now, so we'll just move on to the last question. The last one we had was, what technology are you most excited about? So there's a whole bunch of stuff we've talked about here. There's challenges and different bits and pieces coming in, but I just wanted to quickly go around the table and just look at what are you most excited about. So Adam, what gets you up in the morning?
Coffee, but for technology wise, for lifeguards, I'm really excited about some of the things that you and Rob talked about with the artificial intelligence and getting all that data set into AI system that can actually help us on our staffing with the predictive modeling. With 72 miles of coastline, every beach is a little bit different. And with the COVID going around, we saw some trends that were not foreseen, where they shut down the parking lots because they're trying to restrict access to the beach. to prevent the spread of COVID. And what we saw was it actually spread activity to beaches that were normally didn't have activity. So those beaches were very impacted, and the tower density for the lifeguards are normally set up around parking lots because you have a higher density of visitors coming to that beach. And we saw a slight uptick in their slower beaches with Uber and Lyft, where there isn't that much parking and residential spaces and people coming out. But the COVID really pushed forward, seeing these pocket beaches getting populated, and we had some a lot of near misses, and we actually had a drowning in an area that's we still had a lifeguard staff, but it was 10 times busier than it's ever been, just due to the pandemic and the closing of parking lots and shifting. So maybe the AI model could have helped with the case of keeping those parking lots open, so when we properly staff it, we have the proper lifeguard to visitor ratio and whatnot. But I think that should be very helpful, and obviously it'll help validate what we're doing on the beach as well. So I think that artificial intelligence stuff that you're doing, stuff that Google, Palantir, Snowflake, and those technology companies, those big data companies, bringing it all in with weather, activities, school schedules, Uber cycles, bus schedules, would really help us in staffing our beaches accordingly.
Excellent. Matt, what are you most excited about?
I think it's just going to more the electronic log systems and having the AR go actually pick up all the beach users, do the number counts, grabbing all the weather data, the surf reports, all that into our systems. I think the sooner we can free up our lifeguards from doing all the paperwork, the logs, and having issues with some of these systems we're using, it's the better, and then we can focus on bigger things. I think it's just less than the paperwork and burden on the lifeguard, gives you more hours in the water. So the easier the systems are that we can do, I think it's better for the service.
Thanks, Matt. Shane?
Yeah, thanks, Tony. Very similar to Matt and Adam with regards to that. It's probably the internal facing one, which is that data management system, where it's the smart tools which are going to inform our members, our lifeguards, lifesavers, about what's happening, and how to be prepared for it, and that data recording to give live feed information of incidents that are happening, whether it's through the cameras, through the recording of that data, the weather, so that they know of those instances instantly, rather than having to wait for 3 to 6 months for that to be investigated. And then I think the second part is Adam was saying that that whole artificial intelligence is how we actually, and we've done a little bit of work with it before, as I was saying with Pocket Patrol, is how do we actually visualize that from a community perspective, so that members of the community, if they're going to a location, whether they get on it beforehand or at the location, they can visualize and see what lifeguards are seeing and see the hazards through a very simple tool where they can run their phone around the area and it will show, there's rips, there's hazards there, or where the patrolled location is, which will give them information to make informed decisions about where they're recreating, and therefore hopefully change their behavior. That's the sort of thing that I get excited about, that it's about that change in your behavior, because from a lifeguarding point of view, it's about the safety part and having that data, but from a community perspective, it's about how do we get them to be better educated, and that's through understanding, getting them to actually take ownership of the issues.
Yeah, integrated reality is definitely exciting. And Andy, we'll just finish up with you quickly.
Yeah, those last two things that Shane said around, the getting better data to inform ourselves, so therefore we can inform the public better. I think that's the thing which is really going to kick off here in New Zealand in the next wee while, is utilising data, utilising technology to get better data, so therefore we can educate people better and ourselves, because I've said it before, the people counting stuff to actually get hard quality data rather than relying on sort of lifeguard head counts is I think really going to go a long way for us.
Thanks.
Excellent.
So we got Will back.
Yeah, sorry everyone, had some computer issues, but we're here on the backup one. So thank you all for contributing to this panel. I think this has been a really interesting and productive discussion. Thanks to Adam, Shane, Matt, and Andy for all your comments. At this time, we're going to take a quick break. And at the, now you can, you guys can turn off your cameras and mute your mics if you want. But for the rest of you, you are now have some decisions. So you can stay here and do nothing, and you can move on and then attend the predictive modeling and risk forecasting session with Greg Dusick. That is going to be here in room A. If you want to go to room B, you need to leave this meeting. So click the little leave button in the bottom right-hand corner and then log in again at with room B. And again, if you're having any issues and you're having some problems, always feel free just to watch the YouTube live stream. So, okay, thanks everybody. We'll be back in about 5 or so minutes for the next 2 breakout sessions. One more note, while we have everybody in the room, you will be receiving a survey later today or tonight, wherever you are, asking you about how the conference went. Please do answer that for us. If we want to do this stuff again, we really need your feedback to figure out how to do it next time too. So thanks again. Please enjoy the breakout sessions, and yep. All right. Oh, crap. Oh. Hey, dude. Sorry about that. Holy crap. Are you still logged in to room A? Yeah, okay. Stay there. Don't leave. And then I will manage room B. Thanks to the million people who just texted me to turn my mic off. Appreciate that.
All right, hi everyone. Hopefully people can hear me. Can someone confirm that you can hear me?
Yep, I can hear
Awesome.
you, Greg.
Yeah,
Great.
I can hear you, Greg.
Thanks, Rob. Okay, so this is room A, and we're going to be discussing predictive modeling and risk forecasting. If instead you are looking for the breakout session on crowd counting and technologies, make sure you log out and then log into that separate room. So my name is Greg Dusek. I am a senior scientist with NOAA, the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration in Washington, D.C., really in Silver Spring, Maryland, here in the United States. I'm a coastal physical oceanographer and been working on RIPS and coastal processes for about 15 years or so now. We have a really good session today. We have 5 presenters, and I'm looking, it looks like we're missing one of our presenters right now. So hopefully he will join. But we have 5 presenters. I will be kicking us off, and then we'll be followed by Javier Garcia Alba from Spain, Willem Verbeek from the Netherlands, Jessica Chan Kelvin Ducre from Australia, and then Toshinori Ishikawa from Japan. Now each presenter will have 10 minutes to speak. I will hold you all to that because we're on a tight schedule. So at the 9-minute mark, I will just give you a heads up that you have 1 minute remaining. If you get to that, we will be taking questions at the end. And we'll have hopefully about 25 minutes for questions and discussion. So please use the Q&A feature and enter your question as people are speaking, and then I will make sure to get to those at the end and address them to the speakers. If you ask a question, and if it's for a specific speaker, just note it in your question. If it's for everyone, just note that, and we'll proceed accordingly. And then in terms of the speakers, when it's your turn, just please turn on your camera, and I will introduce you right before you start. I think that should be everything. We're still missing one of our presenters. We have a couple minutes, so I am gonna wait about 2 more minutes before we start. So again, please use the chat, use the Q&A feature rather than the chat. I mean, if you ask your question in the chat, I'll try to catch it. But if for some reason, but it'll be easier for us, I think, to handle those questions if you put them in the Q&A. All right, I'm gonna wait 1 more minute and then we'll get started. Okay, now I'm going to see if I can share my screen here. Okay, can you all confirm that you can see that? Someone confirm for me? All right, awesome. Okay. Okay, so again, as I said, my name is Greg Dusek. I'm a senior scientist with NOAA. And I'm going to be discussing our rip current and nearshore wave prediction in the United States, and really focusing mostly on the rip current component of this, although obviously the wave component is essential to be able to predict rips. But I wanted to start first with a story that I think kind of shows an example of why we even care about rip current forecasting. So this was a number of years ago. A retired professional boxer by the name of Dustin Fletcher was swimming off the coast of New Jersey in September, and he found himself caught in a rip current. Now, in the United States in the fall months, typically lifeguards aren't on many beaches, especially on the East Coast. And so there were no guards present. He was stuck in a rip. And as you can see here, he thought he was going to die. So he said, before I knew it, I was 30 yards out at least. I kept trying to swim in, but the waves were so choppy, I started to feel helpless. I started to panic a little. I was getting tired and I felt myself breathing really fast. I was totally helpless. I thought I was going to die. Now, luckily for Dustin, he didn't die. There was actually a bystander walking on the beach, and he went in and rescued Dustin. Now, that's exactly what we tell people not to do, because obviously in many cases the bystander ends up being the one who drowns. But in this case, they both made it out safely, thankfully. Now, when you read the article, Dustin goes on to say that when he was in the rip, he knew he was caught in a rip. He knew what he was supposed to do if he was caught in a rip. He said, I knew I was supposed to swim out of the rip along the beach and then back to shore, but I couldn't. I panicked. I couldn't get out of that situation. And so, here we have an example of a young athletic person knows what to do if caught in a rip. And if it weren't for that bystander, may have drowned that day. Now, the reason he knew what to do may have been due to the Break the Grip of the Rip program. And so this is an ongoing partnership between NOAA and the United States Life Saving Association, started back in 2004. We've recently updated some of our messaging and graphics associated with this, but we did some recent social science work and surveyed people in regard to this program. And what we found was, I think, surprising to me, that a lot of people, especially savvy beach users, purportedly knew what to do if they were caught in a rip current. And so it seems that this program has been successful in increasing awareness and what to do if caught in a rip, which I think is good news. The downside to this is that even with this program, we still see a high number of rip current drownings in the US each year. So these are the number of drownings over the past 5 years as recorded by NOAA. The number is actually probably a little bit higher than this, because a number of them don't go recorded as rips or go recorded properly. But we see 60 to 70 rip current drownings each year, and it doesn't seem to be changing from historic numbers, even with what looks like a successful program regarding messaging. And so this kind of led us to start asking the questions, what do we need to do to improve preparedness and prevention? It's not enough just to tell someone what to do if they're in a hazardous situation. What we'd like to do is prevent them from getting in that situation in the first place. And part of that is certainly messaging. We've done work on that with our videos and other types of things. But part of this can also be through rip current forecasting. So hopefully people like Dustin have more information and before they make a decision to swim on a potentially hazardous day. And so this was a question we started trying to answer back about a decade ago or so, a little more than a decade ago. And it was, can we accurately forecast rip currents? And I started working on this when I was in North Carolina at the University of North Carolina in Chapel Hill on the Outer Banks. We collected information about the bathymetry, collected wave observations, water level data, and worked closely with the lifeguards at Kill Devil Hills Ocean Rescue, which is an awesome, I can't say enough about that lifeguard group. They're fantastic. Worked with them to collect observations of rip currents, visual observations, as well as rip current rescues, and then use this information to create a rip current forecast model. And the forecast model is a machine learning approach. It's a logistic regression model. And what it does is take a number of inputs, significant wave height, wave direction, water level, and a post-wave event variable, which is really just a way to try to account for the effect of the nearshore bathymetry. Because what we found is on the east coast of the US in particular, the days following a moderate wave event would often see an increase in rip current intensity. And so we have those 4 inputs, and then the output is the likelihood of hazardous rip currents from 0 to 1 or 0 to 100%, kind of like a precipitation forecast. And when we created this model, what we found is that it had a dramatic improvement over existing National Weather Service approaches, which were really kind of a manual-based index approach using kind of a spreadsheet. And what we found is that this approach improved upon those quite a bit, over 67%. But of course, developing a model in an R&D space is not having an operational system. And so over the past number of years, we've been working at NOAA to be able to implement this model operationally. And to do that, we rely on something called the Nearshore Wave Prediction System, which is a numerical wave and water level model which provides outputs of waves and water levels all along the United States coastline, every kilometer along shore, every hour going 6 days into the future. And this provides the underlying forcing that we need for our rip current forecast model. And so you can see this map here, and you can see this on the webpage. I'd encourage you to check this out for yourself if you're interested. Rob kind of showed a little bit of this earlier as well in his talk, but if you click zoom in, you can see in North Carolina, in this case, we show you roughly what the intensity is expected to be, or I should say that the hazard level is expected to be over the next couple of days. And if you click on a point, you'll see the time series of the rip current probability going 6 days into the future, which you can see here. So the top plot showing you rip current likelihood, 0 to 100%, and we kind of denote roughly where we associate moderate and high levels, which is how right now the Weather Service issues their forecasts. And then significant wave height, peak period, direction, and water level, which is mostly the tide. And so we have, initially we created this in North Carolina. We've now operationalized it just about a month ago at a number of locations across the U.S. And we're working on getting complete coverage in terms of swimming beaches. And to be able to operationalize it, though, we have to have observations, obviously, to validate those. To validate the model output. And so we've used a number of different types of observations, and predominantly for looking at the model across all these different locations, it's been lifeguard observations. So we created the model with lifeguard obs, and we've relied heavily on lifeguards to validate the model. In addition to that, we've looked at in situ observations of rip current speed, and I'll show you a little bit of that, and then webcam observations, which we're just starting to get into, and I want to show you a little bit of the work we've done there. And I'm not going to get into the lifeguard observations in greater detail right now. So in terms of in situ obs for validating this model, this was some work we did a couple of years ago at the Army Corps of Engineers research facility in Duck, North Carolina. We had current observations, kind of where you see those yellow arrows there in the surf zone. And some of our colleagues created artificial bathymetry driving that amphibious vehicle through the sandbar there. And we're able to use that to look at where we would know a rip current would be. And then we looked at natural bathymetry the next year. So we collected these observations, we were able to compare these against the model. And so here is an example of what these comparisons look like. So on the left in the red is the observed rip current speed observed by those current meters from 0 to 1 meters per second. On the right is the hazard likelihood coming out of the model. So 0 to 1, 0 to 100%. And I'm not going to get into this to a lot of detail, but qualitatively, what you can see is that generally the observed current speeds compare very well to the model likelihood. And this is really important to see because, again, we created this model just using lifeguard observations, just visual obs of rip currents and rescue data. But what we see is when we put instruments in the water, we see a similar high quality result, which gives us confidence that our model is performing well. On top of that, one thing we learned from this is that rip currents as slow as 0.2 meters per second could potentially be hazardous. Basically, through this comparison with the model, if we use a threshold of about 0.2 for a hazardous rip, we see the best comparison. And so I think that was an interesting result to me, because I don't think there's been anything before that really would denote that in terms of what speed is actually hazardous. And I think it suggests a much slower speed than at least I would have anticipated. And so I think an important result there. And then the last couple things I want to show you in terms of how else we can validate this model is through webcam imagery. And here's an example. I don't know if the video is going to play that well over the feed, but you can see here this box, and that's a machine learning approach to identify the rip using object detection, just like you might use with identifying a cat or a dog in an image. We can identify rips. And you can see identifying that very clear rip in the center of that video. This is work that was just published a few weeks ago in Coastal Engineering. And what we're working on is then taking this approach, validating a little bit more and using it on webcams that we are setting up in the southeast of the US. And we're hoping that this type of work can help further validate our model. And then another example using webcam imagery as well is instead of using AI, using optical flow tracking. So this is virtual buoys is what you see on the water there. And you can see the pretty clear rip right there and how it's pushing those virtual buoys offshore. We have a number of different types of visualizations that we can use to show this kind of optical flow on the surface of the water. And if we combine it with our AI approach, we think we can have a pretty strong approach to identify rips in the surf zone using video. And so in summary, the Break the Grip of the Rip has been successful. A successful program, but missing that focus on preparedness and prevention, which forecasting is a component of. The forecast model has demonstrated skill and has been implemented into operations. We're advancing our detection methods to further improve our model, and then investigating inclusion of potential other beach hazards like shore break using similar approaches in the future. And so that's it for me, and acknowledgements from a rather large group of people who have contributed. Thank you. Okay, so I'm gonna stop sharing, and now we're gonna go to our next speaker. And so Javier, if you can start your video and share your screen, and while you're doing that, I'll introduce you. So Javier Garcia Alba is a researcher in Grupo Oceano in the Environmental Hydraulics Institute at the University of Cantabria on Spain's north coast, and coordinates the hydrodynamics and machine learning team for the SOS Seas project. Okay, Javier, go ahead and share your screen, and then it's all yours.
Thank you, Greg. Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Excuse me, I have to stop the enter again because I have a problem.
Okay, we lost Javier. Oh, he's back. Okay. Technology. All right, you're good.
Okay,
yeah, we can see it. Yep, okay. You're good. Take it away.
Okay, well, good morning or good night to everyone, depending on your time zone. In my case, good night. And as the chairman said, I am Javier Garcia Alba, and I work as a technologist in IH Cantabria, Environmental Hydraulic Institute of the University of Cantabria, where I am part of the Oceanography, Estuaries and Water Quality Department. Next, I'm going to make a presentation about SOSIS, a predictive application to obtain electronic flags based on machine learning. First of all, we're going to talk about the inception of this SOSIS tool. Let's go to quantify the problem. Approximately, there are 360,000 annual deaths from drowning all around the world, according to the World Health Organization. For instance, there is one drowning every 91 minutes in Brazilian beaches, being the largest risk of death for teenagers, according to Brazilian Lifeguards Association. Classical projects exist to obtain electronic flags, but all of them were based on process models with high computational resources. So they are not valid to give a quick response, and they are not easy scalable to new areas. On the other hand, Sustainable Development Agenda from United Nations said, ensuring healthy lives and promoting the well-being at all ages. So in order to avoid these issues, we developed SOSIS for the analysis of the dynamic risk on beaches using Copernicus Marine Service data and artificial neural networks, ANN. Then we obtained funds from a call of Copernicus Marine Environment Service to develop SOSIS tool. And in this slide, you can see the main aim of this project. Anybody can wonder, what will be the beach conditions in order to go and safely enjoy it? Well, using historical data, we trained an ANN system by using Copernicus forecasting product to provide electronic flags: green, no danger; yellow, be careful; and red, danger. We adopted these classifications because it's the most accepted type of electronic flag used in Europe and America. This information will be useful for beach users and lifeguards in order to visit or watch the beaches. The pilot/study site was Santa Catarina County in Brazil with 139 coastal beaches. We found different kinds of beaches in that area, an important factor to generate a more robust tool. Brazilian Life Saving Society, Sobrasa, provided us two databases: a drowning database with more than 50,000 records and a flag database with around 80,000 records. Moreover, we got from reanalysis products, winds, currents, water level, and waves, and the correlation, and we obtained the correlation between meteocean condition and these databases. So, with all of this information, we performed a beach characterization in order to get the model state of all Santa Catarina beaches and carried out a cross-cutting analysis to obtain the correlation between beach type, forcings, and flags. After this analysis, we found the best inputs for the ANN system were significant wave height, mean period, incidence angle of waves, beach model state, wind module, and marine currents module, in order to provide an electronic flag, green, yellow, or red. We performed too and applied a contingency table and error metrics to assess the quality of the ANN, obtaining a great value of the success index of 0.81 and a hit rate of 0.87, both values over 1. Once the core engine of the system was developed, we connected the system to the Copernicus Nowcast and Forecast services to feed the ANN. In this slide, you can see that we use the global forecasting products of Copernicus. In these two tables, you can see the different products that we used. In this other slide, we show the SOCSIS architecture. Orange elements like electronic flag or monitor engine correspond to calculation processes. Blue elements like these ones to databases that save the calculations and the pre-processed meteocean data. And finally, the purple elements show the visualizations like the SOCSIS app or web monitor. The app works both in iOS and Android devices as a dynamic progressive app and in computer with the web application. Finally, and as an example, I show the visualization provided by SOCSIS app for an electronic flag forecasting on a beach. In this case, as you can see in the left part of this slide, a green flag. Furthermore, meteocean forecasting information is showed in the right part. Both information can obtain it using the application. And in the bottom part of the slide, I show the web in the website. Finally, the conclusion of that project. A cross-reference analysis between historical flag events and meteocean conditions was performed with the Copernicus products, finding a non-linear relationship. This was the starting point for the use of artificial neural networks in that case. An ANN system has been developed based on deep learning to predict electronic flag using the Copernicus products. A third conclusion, an operational system, SOSIS, has been released integrating the developed ANN and the Metosian conditions, real-time and forecasting Copernicus products, to provide tailored information about the dynamic risk on beaches based on electronic flag criteria. And the last one, SOSIS tool is available at Santa Catarina beaches, Brazil, and fully scalable to any worldwide beach. And it should be noted that the SOSIS tool is now being tested in 4 beaches or Lake Macquarie in Australia, thanks to Smart Beaches, thanks Tony and all of your collaborators, including Lake Macquarie Council. And in that moment, we did some analysis of forcing and programming some parts to connect to the Metosian providers, but it's not finished and it's under development. So thanks all, and thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Javier. That was really cool stuff. Fantastic work. And I would again remind people to please enter your questions now for Javier in the chat, and then when we get to our discussion at the end, we'll be able to ask him. Okay, thank you. And so now we'll switch to our next speaker, Willem Verbeek. So Willem, if you want to turn on your video and share your screen. And so Willem is an ex-lifesaver with a long obsession for rip currents. He's going to present a simple rip current forecast model in use at Egmond aan Zee Lifeguard Station in the Netherlands.
Willem, are you able to share your screen in the presentation, or would you like me to do the video? I can't hear you, you're muted. Oh, okay, we see your screen now. Okay, Willem, we can't hear you. Here, I'll ask you to unmute.
Okay, thank you that I can join this Congress. I have an Here it comes. Hello there. My name is Willem Verbeek and I will present a simple rip current forecast system used at the voluntary lifeguard station in Egmond aan Zee, the Netherlands. I'm 71 years old and living close to the beach. I was for about 25 years active as a voluntary lifeguard in Egmond aan Zee. During 1974, my interest in rips was born, and after a period of silence, I restarted the hobby in 2003, in which year I built the website muien.nl, the Dutch website about rips in the Netherlands. During that time, I came in contact with scientific people and found out that more rip current related issues were going on in this world. Since 5 years, I supply the local lifeguard station with actual rip current data for their tasks and duties on the beach. In 2019, I handed over the website muien.nl to an institute doing safety risks analysis for swimming locations in the Netherlands. The presentation contains the following issues. First, we have a look at the beach of Egmond, followed by the offline simulation model, and then we have a look to the online operational model. Finally, the dashboard for the lifeguards. The beach of Egmond is a bar beach with 3 bars, of which the first bar, counting from the beach, is popular during low tide for swimmers. This is the bar the simulation is going about. The simulation is looking to fixed rips. Simulation is done by calculating 2 setups for both a sandbar and a rip. The difference in setup is used to calculate the rip current multiplied by an empirical factor. The model uses a cross-shore profile obtained from Rijkswaterstaat, the Dutch authority for coastal safety. Also, the formulas used are from Surfzone Hydrodynamics document chapter 4 from 31 of July 2003. The model, as you can see in this slide, is using the water level and the wave height as an input. In steps of 5 centimeters for both variables, the rip current is calculated. Be aware that the wave height is the perpendicular wave height. The rip currents per calculation moment are done 100 times, in which the bar height and the rip depth are random varied via a Monte Carlo simulation between the limits as is indicated in the orange boxes. The result per moment are 100 rip current values. From these values, if they are bigger than 0, the average and maximum value is selected. Those values are stored in a matrix which is called the MUMAP. The end results are 2 matrices, one for average and one for maximum rip current. This is an example of the MUMAP for average currents. The actual values are camouflaged by using colors. Red is high, green is 0 or very low, and yellow and orange are intermediate values. This way of presenting the rip current is also used in the dashboard. On the horizontal axis you see the water level in meters and vertically the wave height in centimeters. Before we go to the operational model, we have a look to the data what is used to feed the model. On the internet, 2 sites are used from Rijkswaterstaat. Over there we find lots of data, including forecasts, which are securely monitored by Rijkswaterstaat. You can look later to these sites. As you know, the Netherlands are for a great part below sea level, so the forecasts are very important for national safety, and it gives me the guarantee that the data is reliable. The operational model uses 3 variables, as you can see in the blue boxes. The significant wave height is multiplied with a factor depending on the wave direction. This factor in the red box is 1 for directions between plus or minus 20 degrees for a perpendicular direction and decreasing depending on the direction. This curve is empirically developed. Both perpendicular wave height, the output of the red box, and the water level are used to find the belonging average and maximum rip current in the MUMAP. Doing so on a time basis, the expected rip currents for those moments can be obtained. The information is transferred to the dashboard. The dashboard is published via a simple web server and made visible at the monitor of the lifeguard station. An example of the dashboard. At the arrows at A you see the expected rip current for the day in color, as mentioned before. The flag advice for the day based on the wave height. The tidal curve. In the green square at D, a color showing the rate of rise of the water level in centimeters per 10 minutes. If this value is becoming higher than 20 centimeters, the lifeguards will survey extra to clean the bar from people. E, the perpendicular wave height. F, the expected rip current and flag advice for the next day. At the bottom, a disclaimer stating that this information is for use by the lifeguards only. This is an example of the rip current at noon, on 26th of February. The forecast is indicating an average or a maximum current which is rather high, And as we see on the picture, there's a turbulent water at the arrow, indicating the rip is streaming quite fast over there. The software used is just two files of Excel with a lot of queries and macros. Don't forget, it is an amateur development, so I'm sure somebody with lots of time and better resources can do a better job. The accuracy is quite well, what I've seen so far. The results are monitored because I live very close to the coast. I can easily validate what the prediction is doing, and sometimes I have to adjust a little bit here and there to get a more accurate result. This is not the end. I'm still looking to further fields of interest, and one is that the run-up is an interesting, because I have seen that with long bars in the neighborhood of the rib, you see very strong feeder currents, which are dangerous too. Also, the effect of oblique waves in relation with rib currents, small ribs or wide ribs, is a thing to monitor. And sometimes you see flash ribs in Egmont, not so often, but they do happen. And I want to find out and to see if I can find the conditions when this happens. If you know the conditions, you can make a forecast or a warning for flash ribs. This was the last slide. I thank you all for watching and listening. I hope my English was not too bad and you could understand me. Keep it safe, keep it simple, and stay healthy. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Willem. That was awesome. Your English was perfect, and it was an excellent presentation. So thank you. And we'll definitely have some questions for you here when we do the discussion. So I am going to move on to the next speaker. We have actually two speakers, Jessica Chan and Kelvin Ducret. So if you want to turn on your video and share your screen, and I'll give your introduction while you do that. So Jessica heads up the UX and design team at Firemark Labs and has been acting as product lead for the Neptune Ocean project. Being a strong proponent of user-centric design, she has spent many hours interviewing lifeguards and lifesavers in the development of Neptune Ocean. And Kelvin is a former professional lifeguard of 7 years at Surf Life Saving Queensland and is now leading the data science work for Neptune Ocean. Okay, so I can see your screen, so take it away.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me, Greg?
Yep, I can hear you.
Perfect. Yeah, I'm Jessica, and together with Kelvin, we'll be presenting to you our solution, Neptune Ocean. So we are from Firemark Labs, Singapore. Kelvin is based in Sydney, and I'm based in Singapore. Moving on, here is a quick introduction about the team. Thanks for the beautiful introduction to us earlier. I have been leading the product and UX for Neptune Ocean and have spent some time down in Sydney interviewing the various lifeguards, life-saving association and stakeholders, and speaking to the lifeguards and lifesavers on the ground. On the call with me today, I have Kelvin also. As mentioned, he is an ex-lifeguard and he's now a machine learning engineer, and his experience has allowed him to contribute directly to building the Neptune Ocean model. So quick stats over here. I'm probably preaching to the converted. We all know the dangers of the ocean. And over here, you can see the article. It's very sad to see where a daughter has to watch her mother drown from the beach while they're on a holiday. And these are the kind of incidents that we are all hoping to work towards preventing and to try to increase the victim's chances of survival. So very quick overview of what we're trying to solve and our solution. If you have been sitting through the very first session in the morning, you'll know that having a key problem statement that you are solving is very important to any lifeguard or life-saving association. So after going through research papers and from interviewing lifeguards and lifesavers, we had determined that coastal drowning problems happen usually on loosely patrolled, unpatrolled beaches and during off-shift hours where no rescue team is available on site. Rips and rock fishing are found to be the main contributors of this. So what our Neptune Ocean solution aims to do is use computer vision on surveillance footage so that we can feed a command center beach views that demand their attention. This will enable better and faster decision making, especially when it comes to resource allocation for life-saving purposes. And the reason why we chose to create a solution targeted at the command center instead of putting it in the hands of a lifeguard or lifesaver at a beach is very simple. Because we found that through our interviews with them, we realized that lifeguards and lifesavers do not want to be distracted by their current duties. They need to stay vigilant, eyes on the beach, rather than looking at a video footage or a piece of technology on their hand. I know this sounds a bit abstract, so I'll illustrate with our use case on the next slide. So on the left here, you can see a command center view. To provide some context, Neptune Ocean focus has been mainly centered around Australia's Surf Command Center. This is commonly known as SurfComs. SurfComs sits at the state level that looks after about between 30 to 50 beaches. And you can see a snapshot of just the sheer number of beach views that is bombarding an operator at any one time. It is then pretty difficult for an operator to spot, let's say, a distressed swimmer in a timely manner. So this is where Neptune Ocean comes in. On the right-hand view, you can see that our solution exists as a computer vision layer that is applied to existing beach views. The result is that cameras are now ranked in order of their risk score. SurfCom operators' attention can then be drawn to beaches with the highest risk score. Over here, we have a quick demo to show. Just a note that this is a recording of how Neptune Ocean works. And for demonstration purposes, we have used a single view of Manly across different time periods. You can see the large number 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are the camera numbers. So as you can see, our model is applied on top of surveillance footage, and it's triaging the camera views in terms of their risk score. Bounding boxes will indicate where people are approaching these areas of high water risk. With this alert, we are hoping to inform the command center staff in a timely manner when danger is about to happen or is happening. So I'll switch back here. Next up, I'll hand off the solution section to Calvin.
Yeah. Hey everyone. I think the video might not have come through, but there was a running simulation before. Just picture it moving around and the camera views shuffling as it gets triaged. So basically, we currently have 2 machine learning models. One focused on the water risk and one focused on the people risk. The next slide, please, Jeff. Okay, so for the water risk, basically what we're trying to do here is evaluate how strong the rips are going to be. So think of this as maybe what you'd like to know before you leave the house. It's not localized, it's just based on the swell and tidal data. And so in the top right there, we can see an example where there is significant swell and a fast going out tide, and you can actually see the discolored water and the ripples on the surface. And then another example where it would generate a very low score. The next thing we do is we try to find the people, but also we assign them different varying levels of risk based on the classification. So if they're not in the water, they get a 0 weighting. If they're on a surfboard, they will get a much reduced weighting compared to a swimmer because they have flotation. And then the highest risk will be a person fully submerged with basically just their head poking out of the water. And the next up, please, Jess. So basically what we do is we need to define a risk profile for the scene. So due to just restraints with getting enough high quality footage, we haven't been able to automatically generate this. So basically we define using user annotations where the risky areas are, and then that'll automatically generate a heat map. We then get where the people risk detections are and overlay them on top of each other. And then we also fuse this with the water risk score, because if there's normally a rip in a certain spot, but the waves are like on the previous slide where it's like a lake, it's not going to be a particularly high risk. And then we perform a series of operations and try find, we're actually most interested in the local maxima. So if there are more points where people are close to dangerous areas in a high risk zone, it'll generate a much higher fusion risk score. And then we compare these fusion risk scores to other historical predictions to normalize them, because that fusion risk score has no real interpretable value. It's all relative. And then that way we can rank the camera views and then give a score between 1 and 100 to the SurfCom operator. So yeah, here's an example. It's an older model for the people detection, so you might get some false positives by the trees there, but we've since masked that out. But basically you can see how each of the models sort of interact with each other, and then the top right, it provides the final fuse score. Hopefully it's not running too quickly, because that's spaced out of a very long time period, so it's probably just flickering. But that's just an example of how it all works together. And then in terms of evaluation, because I've had a lot of input in the labeling, what we do for unbiased feedback is we get lifesavers and lifeguards to provide us some feedback by labeling videos and comparing them to each other. And so we've built a tool to do this. They'll watch video clips and then compare them to each other. And then we'll compare what the comparisons that our model outputted, and then we'll use that to evaluate and provide a score for how our model's doing for the fusion risk.
Yeah, finally, in conclusion, I'd like to share more about what we're looking up next for Neptune Ocean. We're hoping to secure a trial with SurfCom, and with this trial, like what Kelvin mentioned earlier, we do need more data injected, and more importantly, diverse data, so that we can continue making the model more robust and scalable. And eventually, we hope to be able to commercialize Neptune Ocean and help reduce drowning deaths across the world. Of course, we are open for collaboration opportunities and would love to partner up with others to accelerate our collective progress. So feel free to reach out to me or Kelvin. My email is here on the screen. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jessica and Kelvin. That was really cool stuff. I'm sure we'll have some questions for you here coming up with the discussion. So thank you. Thank you both. And so now we are at our last presenter, Toshinori Ishikawa from Japan. And I see your video. So if you want to share your screen.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Greg.
Okay. And I will introduce you while you do that. So Toshinori is a professor at Cho University in the Research and Development Initiative. He is also the director of the Drowning Prevention and Section of the Japanese Life Saving Association and an ocean safety advisor at Japanese Coast Guard. His specialty is coastal engineering, mainly shore protection planning, wave analysis, and rip current analysis. And in recent years, Toshi has been focusing on the development of technologies for risk management for coastal use, water safety, and rescue methods. So with that, we can see your screen, so I'll let you take it away.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Greg. Hello, everyone. So I'll talk about air current detection in Japan. So this shows the actual situation of drowning accident of beaches of Japan. So right figure shows outbreak factor drowning accident. So you can see drowning accident happened mainly caused by rip current. So in order to avoid the natural factors, beach user can get a correct understanding of the risk awareness. So they have to carry out the risk management. However, it's a difficulty of risk recognition and judgment under the momentary change in natural phenomena. So on the other hand, swimming areas along the shore are limited. However, the number of the lifeguard is small at around 1 lifeguard compared to the thousands of beach users. So in addition, beach users sometimes enter the unpatrolled areas outside of the swimming area. So therefore, we propose a system using AI to solve these issues. So about summary of these systems, so the web cameras on the beach take photos of the surface image. Also, AI analyzes the camera's image data in real time. So at time of the occurrence of rip current, AI automatically informs it to the digital signage on the beach user, on the beach and beach user's smartphone. Furthermore, if beach user enters the rip current area, AI informs it to lifeguard wearable device. Then lifeguard can take early action. So therefore, AI has two primary functions, which are the detection of rip current and the detection of human entrance into the rip current areas. So this is a process of system development. We developed the system in 2018. So also I talked about it in WCDP 2019. So after the WCDP, the system has been applied to beaches, and the accuracy of the system has been verified. So today, I'd like to talk about the summary of FAST system development and the subsequent efforts. So about the summary of FAST systems. So at first, we collected the surface image data by 3 web cameras. Next, we developed the AI models through deep learning using approximately 64,000 training data using the feature extraction from the 100 rip current annotation videos. So about AI learnings, we use analyze tools which are object detection algorithms, TinyYOLO and YOLO-V3. So we verified the AI at the final point of model evaluation, the precision of the rip current detection and the human detection in the rip current area were 91% and 97% respectively. So finally, we verified the accuracy of the rip current detection by AI in trial operating of 2 weeks by 3 methods, such as a field measurement, image analysis, and numerical simulation. This shows a result of verifications. The success rate of 80% for the image analysis and 73% for numerical simulation were confirmed. So in 2019, the system was actually operated on the first study beach during summer. So we verified the function of the system after the operation. So this shows the result of the hearing survey from lifeguard. The rip current detection of 65% and human detection of 80% were mostly correct. So I'll show you an example of rip current accident during this period here. So there are 2 swimmers and the rip current areas here. So the rip current areas are showing an oblique angle view. So this is because the camera was set diagonally in the back of the shoreline here. Also, just now, you can see the 1 swimmer are drawing in the rip current area here. And 2 lifeguards are heading for rescue him. All right. Okay, next, so I'll show you the video of the system function, which was made using a log data of a GPU server here. So yellow rectangular areas means RIP current area, and red rectangular area is a human detection. So AI could detect the RIP current and human entrance. So sometimes AI mistakes a buoy for swimmer here. So in this, also system was able to inform the data signage and the lifeguard smartphone. So in this case, lifeguard could take early action by the system. The life of the swimmer was saved by approximately by 50 seconds. So then, we confirmed that AI function are generally good. So in 2019, we applied the first system at the second beach. This shows the number of RIP current detection in 2019. So you can see the AI detected the RIP current only 3 days. So like this. So then, the first AI model could barely detect the RIP current. So then, we developed the system for second study beach using the same method as the first. So this shows the example of RIP current detection by second AI model here. So at the final point of the model evaluation, the ratio of recall was 69%. Okay. So in addition, we added the new function which can inform the alert under the offshore wind condition. So this is because the offshore wind is a second outbreak factors of drowning accident. So this shows a comparison of alert and observed offshore wind. So they are in good agreement here. And in 2020, we verified operated systems at first study beach. The number of RIP current alert was 1,835. Also, the rescue request was 507. So I think the system has contributed the prevention of RIP current accident for 1,839 people. So at the second study beach, we got a similar result as like this here. So in 2020, we developed the system for the third beach. So World Masters Games life-saving competition will be held on this beach in 2022. So if you will visit this competition, please check it. So also now, we currently verifying the systems. Yes, so I'd like to conclude my presentation. The system was generally good and actually contributed to the drowning prevention for many beach users. However, the AI model for detecting RIP currents should be created on individual beaches. So it's not a general purpose technology yet. So I think this issue can be solved by being applied to many beaches. Yes, that's all. Thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you, Toshi. That was fantastic. Okay, so that is all of our presentation. So I'm going to ask the presenters to go ahead and restart their video, share their video, and we'll do some Q&A discussion. I believe we have about 20 minutes or maybe a little more than that. And the way I guess I'll work this is I saw we got some questions in. I have some questions, and I think we'll start maybe with at least a question for each presenter, and then do some just kind of more general questions for any of us. So, so first, let me see here. So some of them were in the chat, and some were in the Q&A. So 1 second here. Okay, so I'll start with a question for Javier that I had actually, and this was something that when we've dealt with in the U.S. in terms of data availability. But you mentioned you used, I'm assuming, drowning and rescue data to be able to help train your model, and I'm wondering how you dealt with cases where where there aren't people in the water, right? So the limiting factor of rescues or drownings is that you need to have people in the water to be rescued or drowned. And so those cases where it's really hazardous, you might actually have no one in the water, and so you might actually, I think what we've seen in the U.S. is you get no rescues when it's really, or very few when it's really bad and it's a severe hazard. So I'm wondering how you dealt with that in your case, Javier. You're muted.
Excuse me.
Yeah, there you go. Go ahead.
In this project, we started only with the electronic flag. As you said, we had two different databases. One of them with the electronic flags, and the second one with the drownings. In that project, we only know how to know the risk, but this dynamic risk in order only with a relationship with the electronic flag, with an electronic flag. In the future, we want to introduce the vulnerability and the risk due to drownings and generate a relation between this electronic flag at this the number of drownings and improve the system. But this was the version 1.0, and in this system works well because we obtained good results in terms of the forecasting of the electronic flags in comparison with the data of the lifeguards. But we at this moment we are planning to introduce this effect of the drownings and the vulnerability and even more the number of people in beaches and in cladding, and maybe satellite images to know, for example, not only the beach modal state. We would like to know, like the rip currents, as many of the scholars that they told in these presentations, but we would like to introduce the variation of the modal state of the beaches, but with image, and we are working on it, but it's under development at this moment.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so for Willem, I know you had someone chatted that you had a great simple dashboard for lifeguards. Very good job. So I wanted to share that. And then a question for you that I had in terms of the bathy situation, in terms of the bars. So you mentioned that I think you mentioned you use kind of the average bathymetry to calculate your setup values. And I was wondering, did you account for variability in time, and then how much, what data was available for you to do that, or how did you account for changes in the bars over time, and how much change is there at this location? Is it rapid, or do things tend to be pretty stable?
Well, the coast is has a lot of nourishment. Every 5 years they put a lot of sand on the bars, so that is a little bit difficult. And you can see that in spring it is a lot of changing the beach. And after a good time of steady weather, it is coming more in balance, and you see more rips and more permanent rips. I mean, rips on the same place. But, well, it's a problem. The nourishment is a big problem, I think, for the model.
Yeah, and I know that's something maybe others can speak to this too, but I know that's something here in the US, there's always been a question about in terms of, does nourishment affect hazard level at the beach, you know, and both with rips and with shore break as well. And I don't think we have a really great answer on that necessarily. And I think it's maybe so site specific too, that it's tough to answer that universally, but has there been any, have you looked into that at all, or has anyone at that location looked at, do you know, has looked at the nourishment impacts?
Yeah, some investigations were done a couple of years ago by the Rijkswaterstaat, and some studies also. And they found out that on the side of the nourishments, there were more currents, rip currents. Not in the middle, but on the side. That's what they found out. But further on, the beach is very dynamically then. And that is getting more steady after 1 or 2 years.
Cool. Yeah. And I think, you know, and like you said, that's such a challenge for modeling, just the bathy in general. I know we don't have a good way to handle that yet with our modeling. And it, you know, especially when you start doing things at scale, that can be a large geographic scale, that can be a huge challenge.
A couple of years, a couple of years ago, they were using Argus cameras on the lighthouse. So they could monitor the beach, and company Deltares had developed a rip radar, and that was able to monitor the location of the rips, also if they were changing. But the cameras are dismantled. It was too expensive to maintain, so we are back to 0.
Yeah, right. That's the challenge too. Okay, thank you, Will. All right, I have a question in the chat for, let me see, for Jessica and Kelvin. Hold on, I lost it. Okay, here it is, from Peter Dawes. He says, I am assuming this is in development stage rather than operational. If that is correct, how close do you think you are to a fully operational version?
Probably I can take the first section. Feel free to jump in, Calvin. Yeah, so thanks, Peter, for your question. We have started an integration with a video management system called Milestone, and that is what is used with SurfComms, because that's our very first step into launching it live. The models have improved dramatically since the demo days. And what we are just missing now is a proper trial with more injection of videos to test out the scalability and the robustness of the model. And a challenge that most people usually face is how do we apply for a pan tilt zoom, because that is what most surveillance footage cameras are, because it's pan tilt zoom. It's easy to carve out certain areas when it's a static camera. So that's our next challenge for us. And I think once we get the trial, we have more data, we achieve pan tilt zoom capability, then I would say that it's a fully operational version. Anything to add, Calvin?
No, that's all.
Okay, great, thank you. And then I have a question for Toshi. Let me see here. For Toshi from Shenlu, who asks, when detecting moving objects entering the RIP impact area, do you differentiate different types of objects and treat their risks differently? For example, swimmer, surfer, jet ski, etc. As we know, RIPs might be dangerous for most swimmers, but they can also be a favorable condition for surfers. Toshi, you're muted.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I agree. So, of course, used means risk management is different for each beach user, such as surfers, swimmers, jet skiers, So you said the difference. So yes, I agree. Of course, in the future works, so we can separate the risk awareness, risk management for each activities around the shore areas using AI. So it means AI learning is very simple. Is a method for the technology. So improve the beach safety method. So then, sorry, I agree. So your opinion. So we have to pay attention. So focus your opinion. So then I think so. It's possible to the future. So all right, my answer is correct for you. Your question?
Oh yeah, no, that sounds good. I mean, I think it's a good question because and actually I had a similar question, and then maybe this is for you, and then also Jessica and Kelvin. But how do you, and in your case in particular, because I think Toshi, you were training, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but you were kind of training your models for each specific location, correct? As opposed to a generalized model that applied everywhere. Is that true? Like you had depending on the beach, you trained your model for a specific beach for each of the beaches that you were looking at.
We tried to make everything configurable. So in order to engineer all the features, you would enter the beach angle and you know, whether it had a headland on either of the sides, and tried to sort of introduce as many variables there as possible, and then you implement that in the feature engineering for the water risk. So so basically a new view would just be configurable based on, you just provide a set of parameters for that beach. Yeah.
Okay. Greg, so I think so I think so the beach characteristics or rip current condition is different. Depends on the, so Kevin says headland, artificial constructions, or a calm beach or nourished beach. So many types of the beaches. So then so machine learning is difficult for the so almighty functions. So made it very difficult. So but so some AI model combine, and so I think so AI models can detect the various rip current for the each types of the beaches, maybe. But so I don't know when the goal, so 2 years ago, 2 years future, I don't know, but maybe okay.
Okay, thank you both. So then I had a question from earlier on. It looks like it was maybe for me, but I'll let others answer as well if you've had a similar situation. So the question was from Caleb Sternberg, who said, have you had situations in which your empirical observations contradict your lifeguard observations? How have you approached this? And I think that's a really good question, and we run into this all the time, actually. So we trained our model first in North Carolina, and then we're calibrating it in different locations. And we've had a few times where the model and the lifeguard obs have been very different, and we're left then with the question, and sometimes we don't quite understand it. And so we're left with the question of, is it lifeguards just observing things differently in different locations? or is it the model's not performing well in certain areas? Or in our case, since our rip current model is driven by a wave and water level model, we have the question of, is that potentially biased in a certain location? And so it's really hard for us to know why we might not have good validation in different areas. And so the way we've kind of handled that thus far is trying to collect as much lifeguard observations as possible, ideally for 2 years or 2 summers worth, and then use basically a model, what's called model output statistics, where basically we train our rip current model on the model data instead of observed data in terms of the waves and water levels. And so if there's biases in the model, we don't really care as long as that's accounted for in training. And that gives us good results compared to lifeguards. But again, there's a question as to, in terms of lifeguard observations, one of the challenges is it's human observations, there's biases, different people see things differently, and different lifeguard groups, different geographies are gonna see the same hazard differently. And so that's always been a challenge for us. So I wanna open that up to anyone else on the panel in terms of if you've worked with lifeguard observations of rip currents, and when those observations kind of go against either your empirical observations or your model, how do you address those cases? Have you had those? Maybe Willem, I don't want to put you on the spot. I know you've worked closely with the lifeguards there. Have you had cases where you're seeing something quite different than what the lifeguards are observing?
Yeah, the point is I'm training the lifeguards myself, how to spot rips and how to monitor rips. So I'm a kind of rip current influencer for them. But I noticed that, of course, different people see different things. It's always the case. And some more experienced lifeguards, they do better surveys. They look better. And the young ones, they have to learn it. And especially after a drowning, if a drowning happens, they wake up and they are more sharper then. And I always tell them, you have to read the sea, to monitor the sea, to look to the waves. That's very important, but that will take a lot of time for lifeguards to get that experience. So you have to be careful.
Thank you.
Is that an answer?
That's an interesting point I think you raised too, in terms of and that was a question I had generally for everyone, although we're running out of time, but just the idea of like the communication between, on the modeling side of things or the observing, measurement side of things and the life-saving groups and how that needs to be a dialogue. And, you can't just have one-way communication, and so there has to be kind of a back and forth and understanding of what they're looking for your data and products and what we are, what we can potentially provide and getting on the same page. I know that's something we've tried to do here in the US. And I don't know if anyone has any other comments on that in terms of working with your life-saving agencies and how do you make sure you're communicating well and meeting their needs.
Yeah.
Anyone else have a comment on that?
Big silence.
Okay. So I saw one more question and then I think we're going to be out of time. And that is, hold on, I just lost it now. Okay. And I think this is a good question because this is something we've struggled with. And the question is from Peter Dawes. It was, there has been a significant amount of work to calculate a hazard rating for beach hazards and usually rip currents. If we look at calculating risk, is anyone currently working on being able to adjust risk rating based on different population groups, i.e. groups with different skills and experience? And I'll chime in first and then open it to the floor. And I'll say that is a really great question and something we've struggled with a lot in terms of, what are we trying to predict? Are we trying to predict a hazard, or are we trying to predict risk? Because then you have to talk about exposure. And it looks like some of you, Toshi, some of your work, and Kelvin and Jessica, some of your work looks like it's trying to do that more to get to the risk question rather than just hazard. We haven't gone there yet, but it is a challenge, I imagine, because in different locations, right, people perceive risk differently and have different capabilities. So like in the US, if you're in the Gulf and you go out swimming, a pretty small wave day might look intimidating to people there and might have conditions that people think are hazardous. Whereas if you're on the West Coast of the US, that's like every day. No one bats an eye at it. And so there's some interesting geographic and potential location considerations there as well. So I was wondering if anyone wants to comment on that in terms of hazard versus risk, and how do you account for variability in those?
Yeah, it is a big problem. Like I think of the scenario where if we reduce our risk level for surfers, and yeah, maybe 99% of the time that's fine. They actually jump into a rip to help them paddle out. But what about those edge cases where you're a learn to surfer? You can't, it's almost impossible to start fleshing those things out. And even if you had some super advanced AI, trying to just see if someone approaches the water confidently, that's still not helpful, because the most dangerous thing is probably overconfidence in the ocean. So I don't really know if it's something that can be fully addressed. But yeah, we try, but we just try to distinguish whether or not they have flotation. We just assume that always helps, and whether or not they are past the depth where their torso is fully covered. Those are the only distinctions we make.
Anyone else want to comment? Jessica, do you want to add something?
Yeah, I think just a little bit of history of Neptune Ocean. Before we moved to creating a solution and pivoting to creating a solution to target command center level, we are looking at how might we put it in the hands of a lifeguard / lifesaver. And one of the common theme that appears is very kind of echoes what Peter was asking, in that there are certain groups of people, for example, tourists, who are not familiar with the beach or the beach conditions. For example, even before I started this project, I didn't know what a rip was. And if I rocked up to a Sydney beach, I might get caught in one and just wonder, hey, like, why am I going this direction? And I'm not even paddling, for example. Yeah, but then we found that is a very, very difficult problem to solve, because how do you train a model to detect whether it's tourist or not? And it's just very difficult to kind of annotate or label tourist behavior, like, or human behavior in general, and put them into boxes. It just takes too much time, as humans are unpredictable at most times. Yeah.
That's correct. So I think AI gives awareness regarding hazard. So then, tourists, tourists, surfers, all beach users can get this awareness and to judge the performed on the beach. I think just reference. Yes.
Yep. No, I mean, that's a good point. I think in the end, all of these tools that we're developing is really, you can have the greatest tool in the world, and if it's not informing people's decisions or affecting their decision making, then it's not really worth anything. So in the end, that's where we got to get to, right? Okay, so it looks like Will is ready to take over. I think we have time for a break. I want to thank everyone, all the panelists. Really fantastic job. Thank you for the questions. There are questions still in the Q&A, so if you see a question that was not yet answered, feel free to answer it in the Q&A box. And then I just want to thank Will for organizing this session and inviting us to speak, and for me to host. I think it was a great session. So thank you all.
Yeah,
thank you,
absolutely.
Greg.
Yeah, thank you, Greg, for moderating, and thanks to each of the speakers in this session. This was really awesome. I mean, some of this work is just like beyond comprehension. So I'm really grateful for all of you to presenting. At this time, you all can turn off your mics and turn off your cameras. We're going to take a quick break for about 5 minutes. And again, if you would like to stay here in room A, the next session is lifeguard data collection and reporting activity technology. So you can stay here for that. Or if you want to go to room B, that's the public education and communication section, then you can do that. So we're going to take a quick break. I'm going to share this. Let's see. And we'll be back very shortly. Thanks. All right, everybody. We are in room A for session 3A, the session on lifeguard data collection technology. We've got a really great session planned. We have a lot of speakers, and we're going to move forward kind of very quickly and then have hopefully a little bit of time for discussion at the end. So I'm going to start and give a short presentation kind of framing the issue for everyone. This is based on some research that was done last year. I'm going to kind of fly through this so we can get on to our next speakers. Okay. So advancing lifeguard data collection, these are the results from an international survey we did last year. Again, my name is William Kuhn. I am a PhD student at the University of New South Wales in Sydney, and also worked as a professional ocean lifeguard in California for over 10 years. By way of just conflict of interest, I am paid by both public and private organizations to consult on lifeguard data collection, but that doesn't influence the research that comes out of the Beach Safety Research Group. Okay, so here are, this is the results from the published study, and I just dropped a link into the chat so you can access more information from this talk, either from reading the published research study or from the blog, which kind of reviews everything that we did in, more of a simple language. So the motivation and background of the work that we did, lifeguard data collection practices vary wildly by region, nationally, and internationally, right? And so, two different lifeguard organizations that are 5 kilometers away from each other have different practices. And then when you spread that out to across countries, that's very different. And then internationally, of course, it's very different. The other thing that was interesting is that, lifeguard data collection is a very common barrier to research. And so all of these papers are published scientific research articles, which somewhere in their paper actually cited flaws with lifeguard data collection as inhibiting the research that was going on. So there's lots of examples from all over the world of researchers who were doing some project and they weren't able to do it fully because the lifeguard data that was collected either wasn't accurate or it was missing or was collected in a way that was unreliable or stuff like that. There's very minimal formal study on lifeguard data collection. So there's one paper from 2006 that Ann Williamson from here at UNSW did. And when you compare that to, EMS, paramedics, people in hospitals that are working, either scribes, doctors, or nurses, or police, there's a ton of literature out there on the different methods and techniques of how those industries collect data. And then lastly, of course, there was a big desire to improve lifeguard data collection. So our aims in this project were to basically figure out how lifeguards around the world are collecting their information and then what information that they're actually collecting. And then the secondary aim was to identify some areas for improvement and make recommendations. It is important here to recognize that, at no point when we were talking about planning this study, did we say, oh, our goal is just to say that all lifeguard data is bad? Instead, we were actually quite interested in just doing a survey to see what's out there and how can we go on to improve that. Okay, so what we did is we surveyed lifeguard managers, leaders, and chiefs. We sent out an electronic survey that had several different questions, and we intentionally sought to get the responses from beach lifeguard service providers. So not a union, not an association, not the competition team. We wanted the decision makers who actually were implementing or not implementing different strategies. This next slide is not intended to be legible. Basically, these are all the results. We figured out, how lifeguards were recording beach conditions, what type of beach conditions they were collecting. We talked a lot about rescue definitions and what a lifeguard agency meant by rescue, how people were doing crowd counts, mostly just looking out the window and guessing. And then we asked several questions on the lifeguard leader's opinion. So how accurate do you think your data is? How do you think you can improve? How does your staff do? That sort of thing. Again, this slide isn't necessarily intended to be legible. This is just to say that in our results, there was massive variability. So in a nutshell, lifeguards around the world are doing different things all over the place. They're collecting different information in different ways. Okay. This is important though. When we ask the lifeguard leaders, so these are chiefs and managers and supervisors, what data do you wish that you would have? These were the responses. The first one is rescued person demographic. So how old is the person, the gender, where do they come from, right? And this information is critical to develop an epidemiological profile of who's getting in trouble at a certain beach, which is the first step in developing a robust, prioritized intervention strategy. So if you need to do some education, some beach education, it gets way more effective if you know who you need to deliver that intervention to, right? The next is rescue severity. And so this came out in several comments by the lifeguard chiefs, is that there's a difference between a lifeguard paddling out on the paddleboard and assisting someone in who's mostly fine, but just kind of needed to ride back to shore, and the rescue where, the lifeguard swims out and dives down and pulls the victim, up by their hair. So the severity of different rescues is a topic that came up quite significantly. So I'm going to pause this other one. Hang on. Let's see. Apologies. Okay, and then the last one was just getting accurate time and location data. And this, again, is information that the lifeguard managers and leaders wanted to augment their current practices with. We asked what the biggest challenges were, and this came up multiple times that training staff and that human element was always a challenge. Crowd count methodologies, which there was just a session on, came up several times. Inconsistency in methods and definitions. So again, that definition issue. And then of course, the time that it takes to record information. And then the last one is data accuracy. So as you're looking at the stats at the end of the month, is what you're looking at an accurate reflection of what actually happened on your beach. Okay, so we took all of this information and the authors of this paper, who came from all over the world, Brazil, Portugal, the United States, Australia, New Zealand, we kind of put our heads together and said, okay, what does all this mean? What kind of comments can we make towards lifeguard data collection in the community? And these were the three big issues. So standardized definition, time-stamped activity data, and technology. So the first standardized definition, and what we mean by this, well, first, this is not a new issue. Scientific research again and again and again that has to do with lifeguard data, they say standardized definitions are a critical way for us to improve the research. So it's been cited multiple times. It's actually the closing recommendation of the Science of Beach Lifeguarding book. So yeah, this is not a new issue. What we mean by standardized definitions: uniform case definition. So when I say rescue in Huntington Beach, California, do you understand and log the same thing as a lifeguard in Florida, Hawaii, the UK, New Zealand, South Africa, Australia, etc.? The second piece is, what data points should we collect? So there is a massive problem with one lifeguard organization collects one sort of information, another lifeguard collects another sort of information. That makes combining those data very difficult. Okay, now more into our realm today of the technology piece. Recording time-stamped activity and the associated metadata is absolutely crucial for robust analysis. So recording time-stamped data, and what I mean by that is a single event has a timestamp and then all the information that's associated with that event. Then when something else happens, that's another data point. That allows for statisticians and nerds like me to do robust analysis. The other thing that it allows for is linkage to other systems. Okay, so I'll show you kind of what I mean by that. If you show me your stats and you say, oh, on Thursday we had 2 rescues, on Friday we had 1 rescue, and Saturday we had 8 rescues. If this is what your statistics look like, this is helpful, but it's really limited in the research potential of what we can do with it. What I mean by time-stamped activity is something like this. So this is an example of 10 minutes of lifeguard activity from Newport Beach, California in 2015. So you can see that there's a timestamp, there's what the lifeguard did, a public contact, where it was, and then all the other information. And this keeps going, right? So we can add weather information and ocean condition information and all sorts of other stuff. This sort of data set is how we do really robust statistics to determine likelihood of increased risk and that sort of thing. Now, you might look at this, and if you're not doing something like this already, you might have an exploding head going, that's crazy, how could we do this? And that kind of streamlines into the third recommendation and the subject of our conference today, which is technology. So if we can boil kind of this intro presentation down to just a few things, there's three things that we see as the goal of technology-based data collection. One is should reduce the time and lifeguard workloads. Technology in this space should not become a greater job or a more intense job than what the process already is. And it's not logical, it's not a step too far to say most people are doing paper-based data collection. A transition to an electronic system will likely be easier and prevent more work from happening. Second is that a technology-based solution needs to provide timely updates to decision makers. Now, I know of lifeguard agencies in California that don't have access to their data until a month or 2 months later, when all that stuff, all those paper files are collated into an Excel file. So as a decision maker, timely information, looking back and saying, what did we do this afternoon? What did we do yesterday? That's going to help that decision maker or that leader make a decision about today, tomorrow, the next day, and communicate information to the public. Third is that these data collection systems should be linked to other systems. And what I mean by that is that where reliable weather and ocean monitoring systems already exist, lifeguards do not need to be collecting beach ocean weather data, right? If there's a weather station somewhere near your beach, that's recording timestamped data in a much more accurate and consistent fashion than the lifeguard looking out the window and going, nah, it's kind of nice, right? So these kind of three principles should be the overarching goal of lifeguard data collection technology. Now, of course, there are some challenges. Things can be expensive. Now, technology is changing quite rapidly. I'm sure that we're going to hear a little bit about some of these challenges in the presentations that are coming up. One is who's watching the water. So this is a picture of a lifeguard using a tablet. We can't see from this picture, but are his eyes watching the water or are his eyes on the tablet? So, trying to figure out, as frontline lifeguards, either standing in lifeguard towers or, intended to be watching the water, if we give them a tablet, are we now causing them distractions, right? So balancing that struggle is going to be something that the community and the profession has to come up with. And last is, some people just don't like technology and don't want anything to do with it. So taking advantage of those early adopters and those data champions and those technology champions are going to be important. And at every lifeguard agency, you are going to have folks who just don't want to do it. This is the way we've always done it, and it's worked okay so far is a phrase that we hear often. So confronting more of that human socio-political element is going to be a big challenge as well. Okay, that's all I have. If you want to chat more about data collection, then I'm happy to have that conversation as we move forward. And we're going to move on to our first presentation. So Kalani, would you like to? Yeah, perfect. You there? So if you can unmute yourself. Kalani Vieira is the Fire, Ocean, and Rescue Chief calling in from Kauai. And he is going to share a little bit about their experience transitioning to electronic data collection. And I am so happy that you are here because you were one of the very, very first people to get your agency using an electronic data collection system. So again, we're going to have about 10 minutes for each presentation. When you see me jump back in and start waving, it's time to wrap up. Thank you, Kalani. Welcome.
Aloha, everybody. Thank you for the invitation. Yes, my name is Kalani Vieira. I'm from the island of Kauai, and currently right now we're under the flash flood warning. The past 2 days we have road closures, landslides, and bridge closures as I speak. So a couple of quick stats of my operation. I run off of a $5.3 million budget. I manage 60 employees. I'm in charge of 3 districts, the North, East, and West District. I'm in charge of 10 full-time beaches with 12 lifeguard towers. I also have 4 roving patrol units daily. I have 4 lieutenants, 4 captains, a support clerk. Our island population on the island of Kauai is about 75,000 residents, but 1.9 million visitors visit our island yearly before our pandemic. So as you can see, our island is more visitor populated because of our nice, beautiful beaches and weather here on the island. As we all know, we live in a data-driven society. My council members, my administration, my higher ups likes to see data. So the past years, we've been all by paper and pencil and collecting boxes and boxes of loads of paper of forms. So just in the past couple of years, we decided to try to go to electronic. And it also helps justification for equipment purchases or even more staffing with all this collected data. In the past, the time to get the paperwork in and to get an actual report to the people who's giving us approvals for our budget takes about 2 to 3 weeks. With the electronic data collection we do now, I can get it live. In January 1st of 2018, we went live with our first electronic data collection program. After a few years of preparing for the data collection program with approvals, justifications, getting all the proper budgeting, we work with our IT department and the program designer, which is BABBJ LLC. It's a little small designer firm in Idaho. So we had to work with both departments to see if this program would jive with our program. And so this is the finished product that we come up with. This is the first piece of the page that the lifeguards would see when they logged in with their password and their name. This is the first page they see. As you can see, you have your conditions, attendance, rescue. You can take video or photos. First aid, medical, ocean incidents, beach incidents, preventative actions. Once the lifeguards have inputted all the data and press save, me as the administrator, I can go on and view log and I can look at all the important data that was collected. So for example, ocean incident, if you click on ocean incident, you just put your beach and your station, and it's mostly all check boxes, so they didn't spend too much the iPad putting in their data, and it's all check boxes, marine life, any weather, lightning, water spouts, hazardous material spills, missing persons, other, and then there's a short detail box that they can put in a quick description. And as for me, if I'm looking at a year's worth of information, I'll just go to my dashboard. I'll click in what beach or what tower I'm looking for the information. Usually it's all towers. I can put in any date from what date to what date, and I'll press filter, and it will give me all this important information of how many public contacts, beach swimming, surfing, how many preventative actions was done. They have a map that you can pinpoint whatever rescue you did, the age of the rescue, ethnicity. I have one for our towers and one for our roving patrol units. And it's all this important data that I would wait for weeks, which I can get them in a few minutes now. The challenge is, this is probably what a lot of you probably want to listen, is the pros. It's a very time saver. Now it saves my supervisors for tracking down all this paperwork and physically putting in the data. So now they have more time to manage the employees and work on better projects and programs. We lock the iPads with certain apps that the employees can't just go to the internet and start looking for all different types of information. So there's a limited access what they can do on the iPad. We also do our electronic timesheets, emails, department memos, all through our iPad. The information is live. Like I said, they have the camera to document rip currents or any type of things that need to be documented at our beaches, theft or what have you. Our beach ocean conditions is connected to the Hawaii Beach Safety website. So all the conditions can be seen live on the Hawaii Beach Safety website. So if you're visiting the island and you want to kind of search the island of beaches, you can look at the live ocean conditions reported in with the lifeguards. The challenges is the initial training and the ongoing training with any future updates to the software or the iPads. We also need to get a bunch of extra iPads on spare because we had some problems with breaking down. We had some maintenance problems. We had some damages and theft. Every lifeguard needs to log in with their password. A lot of times the password expires. A lot of the lifeguards forget their password, so they're constantly calling our office to renew or reset their password. The ongoing software updates and upgrade costs. Yearly budget justification for the ongoing service of the program. The monthly cost for Verizon. We use the Verizon chip to help so you won't have to work off the Wi-Fi. Another big problem is the hotspots. Some of our towers are in locations in remote areas that they have to be a certain location to make sure the information is being saved correctly. If not, they would have to wait till they get into reception service for the information to be saved and downloaded. Keeping our personnel engaged and having them input the data consistently. Some guys, they might be busy and they forgot to put some data in for that particular. You always can go back and input the data after the fact or edit. Working with our IT department with all the constant updates. Every few months, there's a different update that needs to be programmed into our iPads or our software. And the lag time between the vendor, meaning the program designer, and our department. So if I needed something to be updated, it takes a few weeks to get that all done. So that's kind of the big challenges that I've been seeing since we started our electronic data. So far, we're somewhat happy with what we're using now. Right now, we're looking at another program designer, and I think this person is doing a presentation which kind of suits more of our budget, and it has more capabilities, and more lifeguard agencies are using this program. So we're really looking at maybe switching over to this different program, and the program is called the Watchtower. That's all I got. I want to thank William for inviting us, and I think my time is up. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Mahalo, Kalani. Your presentation is great. I think that you've identified some of the really interesting things that, like, unexpected challenges, right? Something like a software update, or the fact that now you have people in your department who are communicating all the time with the IT department, right? Who knew that we would be here? So thank you so much. I think that we're going to hear, some of these challenges kind of be echoed in the different presentations from around the world, but this was a great way to start us off. And I love that you have a California State Parks lifeguard patch on your wall. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Kalani. Our next presentation is from Russell Holt. Russell is the general manager at Three Crowns Technology in Queensland, Australia, and he's going to share some information about developing the Lara app for lifeguard activity collection. Thanks. Russell, take it away.
All right. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All good? All right, let's share. Present.
All right, we're good.
See my screen. There. All right. So thanks for having us along. Smart Beach has reached out to us a year or so ago, and about getting together their data and working on some smart solutions for the lifeguards. So we came up with this concept called Lara, so Lifeguard Activity Reporting System. So just quickly, who's Three Crowns Technologies? We're an Australian technology software company. We started with CoasterWatch in 1998, it's a long time ago. We used to own CoasterWatch. We have been around about 20 years, based on the Gold Coast. We specialize in remote and automated environmental data using video and sensors. And we work with Australian lifeguards, lifesaving universities and councils, creating tech solutions for the beach environment. We provide full stack solutions. So from hardware on the beaches, like you can see that image for Surf Life Saving Queensland in the top right there, to networks, data management, software application solutions that are ready to use for enterprise grade. So the Smart Beaches project, it's kind of like a story of two challenges we saw it as. The first one is the data challenge to solve first. Like this really cool drawing that Tony's team at Smart Beaches developed kind of gives a picture of their vision. And on the right-hand side there, you can see all the smart technologies they wanted to deploy. So you're talking about CCTV video, counting crowds, you're talking about weather data, GPS tracking, lifeguard activity, they want to record lifeguard activity, and IoT sensors. The list goes on, and it's ever expanding these days. So the problem is that many tech systems, disparate systems across the internet, how do you manage them? If you have all these disparate systems, you end up with an inability to actually manage and drive value for all this cost outlay and installation you're putting in there. So the concept is really important one to just see is the iceberg. So integrated environmental data distributed across geographical areas. What you see at the top, that's used is really a fraction of what tech and experience and expertise is needed to actually make it work. And this is probably one of the most important concepts I want to get across to this this conference is if you don't know, if you can't see below the surface, you don't know. So if you're not an expert, it's really hard to understand the size of the actual iceberg and the problem. So how we approach all these issues, integrated environmental data, is we use this philosophy called an environmental data pyramid. I've changed to iceberg just for this presentation, but you can see that blue line above the waterline, they're user solutions. So they're the apps, they're the things that people see, the things you log into and actually use. So that's what you see above the water in this iceberg kind of scenario. Below the water, the technology stack is very complex, and it's what you don't see, and it's only getting more complex. We break it down into layers. On the left-hand side, you can see that there's two main categories of layers, the foundation layers and the knowledge layers. The bottom layer is the real world layer, so the acquisition of data. So this can be CCTV cameras, it can be water buoys, weather data, IoT sensors, all that stuff that was listed in the Smart Beaches diagram. It can also be lifeguards. And this is data that can come from anywhere in the real world. If it's connected to the internet, it can be ingested, it can even be uploaded manually or typed in. The next layer, transmission, is a really important layer as well. How do you get all that data up into the cloud for use? There's many different ways, and that's a whole industry by itself. Storage of that data. So how are you going to store and manage that data in a secure, flexible, and scalable way? The next layer up is aggregation. So we're getting into knowledge layers. How do you manage that data for your organization? How do you create so there's valuable outputs? And then learning and data science. It's where you get into the fun stuff, the machine learning, all the things that sit on top of that data. So basically, in terms of Lara and Smart Beaches, like I said, Three Crowns Technologies kind of exists and works below that waterline in the iceberg. So we have a product called EnviroComms. It's a data management platform. It does everything below the water, absolutely everything. We've been in development for 15 years. It's in operation, it's quite advanced. And we deployed this with the Smart Beaches guys. As soon as you establish this Envirocom system and take care of under the water, then you can build all the applications on top. And for this instance, that tip of the iceberg is the project we've been working on recently, the Lara app. So the data challenge, the first part of that challenge is solving the data problem, centralization. So this is Envirocoms. This is just a screenshot I took this morning from a simple dashboard that I made for Tony and his team at Smart Beaches. So what Envirocoms is doing real-time data centralization integration from any source. So basically you can see here, we've got the cameras coming in from Redhead and Blacksmith. We've got temperature coming in from the bomb, sea temperature coming from MHL, wind from the bomb, wind direction, people counting, that's running an algorithm on the beach, people counting at a different beach, offshore swell from NOAA, or I'm not even sure, and etc. So you can see that the problem of actually collecting and managing your data and getting it onto one screen and one place is solved with Envirocoms. So here's some other just simple screenshots, probably all intrigued on what else you can do. That's just further down in the dashboard, you can graph and correlate all your data across time or in real time. You can explore your data sets. You can see here, you've got, I've just thrown together a second ago and grabbed a screenshot of the Bureau of Meteorology forecast. And I've just, the blue line is the wind forecast in kilometers, and the orange is the people count that was captured over the last, since March 2. And these are just tables of raw data. So raw data is very important and very, very core to the system. And data practices around managing timestamping and ensuring there's data integrity is really important. And this is the simple table views of your data. And then you have this section here where you can manage your video streams or your cameras. So you might have, Smart Beaches has 2 that we have plugged in the system. We've got clients that have 30, 50, and they're all different types of cameras. But because we've got that system below the waterline set up, we can just plug them in and they can come from anywhere. They can be our cameras, they can be owned by clients, they can be anything. And then you can manage them right there live. So then challenge 2, which is kind of the fun stuff, now we're past the boring IT stuff, is creating a lifeguard tool. So this is kind of a concept we're working on. We named it Lara, and the 5 challenges we wanted to aim to address to start were: 1, deliver important data to lifeguards that improves their decision making. So you see there's the picture of those guys at Lake Macquarie on the beach standing there. I don't want to make a product, or I don't think it's worthwhile making a product which turns them into the people below. Like, that just defeats the purpose of technology. Technology should be basically visible, and it should work in a way that improves their ability to do their job and saves lives. So we wanted to make sure that we reduce lifeguard administration duties, not add to it, automate beach information use and technology. So all those new technologies that are out there, we want to bring them in for the lifeguards in an invisible way. We also wanted to digitize and centralize all that lifeguard data. It was really interesting watching what Kalani was saying and the use of their app. We have a similar app with the Queensland State Government for the fisheries. And the actual problems of rolling that out day to day operationally is very, very different to the actual just the concepting and building of it. But getting all that data in one spot is really valuable for our managers. Number 5 was to build a product that lifeguards want to use. If you don't build, I come from a background of Coastal Watch, ran Coastal Watch for 8 years. If you don't build something, technology that is easy to use and people want to use, like, you're pushing shit uphill, right? Like, you want the software to be attractive. You want it to be pull people in and for them to just be stoked on it, basically. So how we approached application design, we look at jobs to be done. That's the easiest way to boil it down. Our design and development phase of Lara, we focused on categorizing the jobs of lifeguards do with Tony's help. And you categorize the jobs to be done in journeys. So a journey is like a group of jobs. So below you can see 4 simple journeys that we've started with our design to basically guide our design. One is preparation. So I'm a lifeguard, I'm getting ready, I'm preparing for work. What are the jobs I have to do? I have to get ready for work, I have to review conditions and hazards and know what I'm getting into. Two, I have to start work. I have to log on, I have to open a beach, to set the beach up, and I have to file a conditions report for my bosses. Three, I have to file incidents during the day. Stuff happens, that's what I'm there for. Log rescues, first aid, enforcements, and etc. And then at the end of the day, I have to end my shift as a journey. So I have to close the beach, file a report, make sure all the data collected for the day is sent to head office and that kind of stuff. So let's take a quick spin on, got a bit of a flow concept demo I can show you. Try and get it going.
All right, Russell, do it quick.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so this is a journey. I'll log in. So basically, the concept is this is a private application. So all the lifeguards at Lake Macquarie or any council can log in and see all their beaches. So this is a conditions report. See your beaches, see your cameras, just like everyone's used to using Surfline, Coastal Watch, or whatever app you use. You might want to quickly log in, spin around. This is all private data coming from Lake Macquarie Smart Beaches. So you see it's a little bit different from public apps. You got your camera, but down here you got who's on duty. You got the latest crowd estimate. You've got a log of how many incidents have happened in a day. And then you've got things like weather and risk. So the risk forecast based on the algorithms set up in the system based for that organization. What's the risk? You can see it's red at 2 p.m. I want to click on that, see why. And then just normal data that lifeguards will be wanting to look at: swell, wind, tide, pollution, etc. Now, then I'll get into the journey of starting my shift, right? So go into my shift, and then I've got all the beaches I'm able to start work at. I'm going to start work at Redhead. So I'll check in. You sure you want to log in? Yep. Okay, I've started my shift. I'm now down at the beach. I might have already set up the flags or something. And I want to update the beach. I set it to open. I estimate the crowd. I look here, the camera's saying there's 80 people through the algorithm, but I reckon it's bullshit. I reckon it's 200, so I put 200. I list all the hazards. I drop the flags. I'm going to make them the same setup as yesterday. I'm going to save that. Okay, this is all on a mobile phone, by the way. They're pulling it out of their pocket, doing it on the fly. Now the beach is open. Everyone across the whole council knows the beach is open. Lifeguards at other beaches know the live information, what's going on at that beach if they want to log in and have a look. Okay, now during the day, the journey of logging incidents, you click a red button, you might open your phone, the yellow button, open your phone, go, okay, what incident happened? Well, we just did a rescue. I'm kind of in the middle of it, so I'll complete later, but it's now timestamped and it's logged, right? So all the data that you would expect just to tap, add photos, but also cam footage is automated and captured as soon as you tap that photo. So I'm going to end there. There's a whole bunch of other stuff I can show you, but it gives you kind of idea of what we're trying to achieve on top of that key data set of Envirocoms.
Excellent. Thank you, Russell, so much. I mean, I think the integration that you have with not only collecting data, but also linking it with all those other things is exactly the direction that someone like me as a researcher would want to see, because not only will it be helpful for the lifeguards, but also on the back end, we can pull that data out and do all sorts of new analysis that previously has been unattainable. So awesome work. Thank you so much, Russell. We're going to move on.
Thanks.
Yep, we're going to move on to our next presentation. And before we get there, we have a couple questions that are coming in through the chat. So as you have a question, please do use the chat function. We're going to address these questions at the end as a kind of a panel discussion with all the speakers. So ask your question in real time. We're not forgetting about you. We'll address them a little later. So, okay, Russell, you can turn off your camera, and Trevor, you can turn yours on. Our next presentation is from Trevor McDonald. Trevor is a Marine Safety Officer with Huntington Beach Fire Department Marine Safety Division, and he will be presenting on the implementation of a new data collection system, the Watchtower Lifeguard Program in Huntington Beach, California. Trevor, is your camera on? There you are. All right, it's all yours. Take it away.
Okay, thank you so much, Will. Like Will said, my name is Trevor McDonald. I'm a Marine Safety, I work for the Huntington Beach Fire Department Marine Safety Division. My title is Marine Safety Captain, and I'm here to talk to you today about the implementation of the Watchtower Lifeguard Data Collection System. So just real briefly, Huntington Beach, we have 13 million visitors that visit our beach every year. On an average summer day, we employ 75 guards to protect our coastline. We guard 6 miles of coastal shoreline, and we also guard our inland harbor waters and beaches. So that's a little bit about us before we get started, but essentially we're here to talk about data collection and the software that we're using. And it was really a process for us. So just a few years ago, we were just pen and paper, and we were tallying up our stats, and we were kind of essentially getting them at the end of the day. And when we first started thinking about tech in marine safety and in our operation, we were kind of thinking of that same module where, okay, we just need a faster way of just submitting this stuff at the end of the day. And as we started to work with the Watchtower developers, we realized that it was going to be so much more beneficial, like Will had mentioned earlier, and some of the other presenters had mentioned earlier, to get this live time stats. And so that's really where we moved to. So we transitioned. Let me see if I can change my slide here. Okay, so we transitioned to tech, and we're using this. We're partnering with Watchtower, and they're helping us to create this custom software specifically for marine safety. And that was something that was unique because, you know, in the marine safety world, it's oftentimes where we're using stuff that was meant for maybe fire or police and not specifically for marine safety. So figuring out something that's going to bring value and support our operation in a way that's not going to be cumbersome or more of a hindrance versus providing more value. That was something that was always at the core conversations when we were moving towards this implementation of using this new tech. And so, yeah, how are we using the collections? How are we currently collecting the stats? And it's every single stat that our department collects is live time. It's linked to weather specifically for that time. So surf height, just the water temperature, the tides, the air temperature, all of those things are getting automatically attached to every stat that we're submitting. And then also we're doing this essentially this like quick tap system. So we're being able to submit stats extremely efficiently. And that was always, how can we make this, how can we make it faster and get more information every time we submit those stats? And that's really the problems that Watchtower helped us solve as we were looking to implement this into our own operation. So today, essentially, the systems where we're using tech is we're using it in our dispatching and stat gathering. We're using it in our report generation, our department communication, document storage, and essentially we're going to talk about public outreach and how we're using the stats to then communicate with our community. So let's dive into the first, which is dispatching. So we initially had this quick tap system where we could say who we are, what type of call it was, and what our location was, and we can submit those at any time. But as we moved forward and as we continued to learn what was going to be the most beneficial for our operation, we moved towards this full dispatching platform. And the dispatching platform allows us to connect our units, the type of call, the location, and then we can submit it, and it'll essentially create a call. And so when it creates this call, it has a call number. It indicates en route. We're getting how long it takes us to get to calls, how long we're actually on the calls, how long it takes to complete full calls. The dispatching platform now allows us to add mutual aid to calls, such as fire, police, outside agencies, additional lifeguard units. We can also add additional lifeguard towers for mass rescues. And then also any specific type of notes can be placed in there. And then one of the other features that was recently added that was beneficial to our operation was the ability to star calls. So on the left of every single call that's generated, you can essentially star a call, and that will indicate to the Duty BC that there's a call that has just come in that is worth him knowing about. So we want to make sure that when there's these major calls coming in, that they've been notified. So it's another feature. Something else kind of unique, we're on this topic, so I'll talk about it, is a challenge that we talked about was being able to differentiate between if this is a wintertime dispatch or if this is a summertime dispatch. Is the tower staffed with a person, and that unit that's dispatched, are they assisting that tower guard, or is this in the wintertime and is the unit responding to the area in which that tower is located, and we're using that tower as a location, and then that unit operator is making the rescue or the preventative action or responding to the medical aid. And so differentiating between all of those things and keeping these consistent stats has been very beneficial, obviously, for our operation. Let's see, as we move into the next one. So report generation. So we've talked about how we're gathering our stats, what goes into our stats, but now report generation has been huge, just like some of the speakers earlier. And I believe Will talked about the way in which we were just doing tallies and tallies. We had to add it up, and it takes time. And with this new tech, we can just, with a couple buttons, we can create reports, and we can create reports on single resources, single lifeguards. We can create reports on just specific towers. We can do it on sections of the beach, the entire beach as a whole. The system allows us to have automatic emails once a year, once a month, once every 2 weeks, whatever we determine, of all the stats. And one example specifically to Huntington, last year we put, when COVID hit, we had a huge influx of people using the waterways and the beaches in the harbor. And so we put a boat in service at the harbor. We then gathered all of our stats, and we had these reports that we could generate just really quick. And we're generating these reports. The boat ended up being the busiest unit in our operation for a specific time period. And then these reports we were able to send to management, to our chiefs, to the city administration, and they were able to use these reports to help educate them to make decisions to help our operation in the future. And it ultimately resulted in having that boat now full-time this year. So we're excited about that. So it is having a positive effect on our operation of having the tech as involved as it is. One of the challenges, I know we're talking about challenges, is back here. If we go back to the dispatching, if we have too many people entering stats in different ways, then there's a potential for inconsistent stats. That's the challenge, right? And so what we've done is we're going to have all of our calls start and stop with our dispatchers so that we have the same people that are entering those stats at all times to get the most consistent statistics as possible. So that's the way that we're moving. Obviously, every department is going to be different on how they choose to use tech, but that's what we've decided to do, and it seems to be working pretty well for us. So department communication, one of the things that we use all the time is we used to use just text threads, and we would text the people working, hey, here's some updates for our operation today. And now with this tech and with Watchtower, we've been creating this bulletin in which now we can put all of the department stuff in one place. So when you log into Watchtower, boom, we have all that. We have our stats, we have our bulletin, there's a messaging system, and then document storage as well. So this is an example of what the bulletin could look like. And then over here, we have all of our document storage. The problem, or the problem that we're solving with the document storage, is that our seasonal employees don't have access to our city computer systems where we're storing our SOGs, our special notices, all those type of things. And so now with this document storage, we're going to share all of that there. And then all of the employees are going to get logins so that they can then access all of this information. And then as we move on to the last topic and kind of close things up, it's super important on how are we using this data that we're collecting. So in addition to it being beneficial for our operation, we're moving forward with Watchtower, and they're creating a public safety dashboard for us to use all of our stats and help with community risk reduction and help with just basic information about our beach parking, aquatic risk factors, stingray risk factors, frequently asked questions, things of that nature. So that's something that we're working with them right now on, and we're pretty excited about that as well. So with that, I just want to say thank you so much for having me, and I look forward to all the other presenters as well. And thank you, Will.
All right, awesome. Thank you, Trevor, for sharing this kind of recent update from California. And I know that there are several other lifeguard agencies in the United States who are working with this particular program. And Trevor said something that I think is critical for all of us to keep in mind. At the end there, he said, how are we using the data, right? Which should be a question that every lifeguard manager and every lifeguard is asking, right? We can collect all this data and it can sit in a cardboard box in a closet for 7 years, or it can be put to use for risk reduction or for research or for other purposes. So thank you, Trevor. Our next presentation is from Captain Kurt Lager. Kurt is the communications captain from Ocean Safety and Lifeguard Services Division in Honolulu and from Oahu in the United States. Kurt, do you have a presentation or are you just going to chat to us?
I'm just going to chat.
Okay, perfect. Take it away.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'll try to save us some time and catch us back up. Most of what I'm going to say is very similar to Kalani on Kauai, but my name's Kurt. I'm a communications captain for the Honolulu Ocean Safety Division on Oahu. We respond to about 198 miles of coastline and nearshore waters with 41 towers and 16 mobile response units on about 26 different beaches. And employee-wise, we have 255 year-round employees that are broken up into 5 districts around the island. As Kalani mentioned earlier, and same as everyone else, really, we've been pen and paper for years, and unfortunately, we still are. Most of what I'm going to say is kind of some problems that we ran into. Back in 2013, the same vendor that Kalani used, a coworker and I sat down and we kind of went over the design of that app. And essentially we wanted to make something that was easy and not going to be problematic to the guards in the tower, but collect the data for all the reasons that everyone's been talking about and move into the digital era. So that was in 2013. That basically ended up with us at Hanauma Bay, a small controlled beach over here. We ran a trial period for about 6 months. We ran into the same training problems and connectivity issues. We went with iPads, and it ran for 6 months. And after the end of the trial, it kind of just faded away for us. We didn't have it in our budget, the money in our budget to continue paying the vendor to support the back end of the product. I'm not a budget guy for us, but I know that over 90% of our budget goes just to salaries alone. Early in 2018, we decided that maybe we could do our own in-house app, and we worked with our DIT department here, and we wanted to create almost the same app, but do it ourselves. DIT was going to be able to host it at no cost for us on their servers within the city. But well, that took some time. DIT is a busy department over here. And over the course of a year, we slowly put together the application. However, working with a city network proved to be very difficult for us. There is a lot of security issues, and they're very hesitant to even allow us put tablets out into public areas. They had to be connected a very specific way with specific devices. We couldn't use iPads. There had to be security certificates and password changes on a frequent basis by each user. And if someone didn't log in, they're going to be locked out, or log in 2 or 3 times and you're locked out, and we have to call DIT every single day. So that became a really, really huge issue, and it kept dragging on. And then our chief said, just pull the trigger, and we jumped back to the vendor again from Ohio, the first iPad project. And we did another 6-month trial, and it was up and running, and it was doing all right at Hanauma Bay, at least. And then again, we just ran out of funding to support it, and that has since fizzled away. So right now we're still doing pen and paper. A lot of the same challenges. The biggest one I think for us was on our internal side was working with the the city network DIT guys with the security side. They were very, very strict on who had access to a city network. It was difficult for the vendor in Ohio for the other app. There was often times where we couldn't get in touch with that person. Yeah, and just the legal issues with the app itself, what data could we collect and what could we not? If it's a drowning case and there's certain information, what could we have stored on file, and who is that available to our public information officer versus internal to whoever needs to have it. But yeah, we're still. I talked to my chief the other day, and we are looking at other options, and I think we're going to probably try to stay in line with the other islands in the state and other lifeguard agencies, and hopefully we can all stay on the same page and move forward with an application. But that's pretty much all I have to say from my end.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you, Captain Lager. Like the security issues is a new thing that I haven't heard before. You know, I've been thinking and been talking with a lot of people about these issues and barriers, and struggling with the like data security from internal is a new one that I think lots of other people will probably have to address at some point in their own agencies. So thank you so much for for sharing your experience from Oahu, and we're going to have you back in a couple minutes for the panel discussion question time at the end. Next up, we have John Michael. John Michael, are you there? Let's see.
I'm here.
Yeah, excellent. Okay, John Michael Sonics, is it works for Surf Life Saving New Zealand, and they have also been engaged in a trial in the northern region that he's going to share about. And I've got a sweet slide. Oh, are you going to share it? Perfect.
Oh, cool. Excellent. I didn't know if it would work or not.
Yeah, perfect. All right, John Michael, take it away.
Awesome. Can everyone see the slide, or is it not working?
No, it's ended now. So can you go back?
Oh, okay. There we go. How's that?
Yeah, perfect.
Cool. All right. So our app journey started around 2 years ago when we launched what we call the Surf Patrol app here in the northern region of Surf Life Saving New Zealand. So the original intention of the app was to reduce manual data entry by club administrators, which took up a huge amount of time. But then as the app was being developed, it kind of grew arms and legs and became a incident management tool for SurfCom and all that sort of thing. And eventually what we're hoping is that it'll roll out to the whole country and be a way that a common operating platform for all of them. We contracted a company called Lime Digital to build the app from scratch. Northern Region wanted to have ownership over all aspects of the project, but it's also meant that we've had ownership of all the issues as well. But basically the way it works is that each of the clubs or each of the patrols were issued with a tablet with a built-in application. And so they were able to enter data from that tablet. The initial launch of the app went really well. So we started off with our paid lifeguard service, which is different to our volunteer lifeguard service. And the paid lifeguards were given training on how to use the app when they had their start of season induction. That meant that when they started on the beaches, they were able to put in the app information into the app and had that training and the confidence to do it. And it was also part of their contractual obligations to be using that app. Those first few months where the paid lifeguard service were using it solely meant that we were able to iron out any of a lot of the usability issues, a lot of the data transfer issues, and that sort of thing. SurfCom, which is our central communications center here in Northern Region, proved to be a really key player in ensuring that lifeguards were, one, using the app, like enforcing its use, and also for just checking the data that was coming through to make sure it was okay and looked generally correct. So what ended up happening is the paid lifeguards in New Zealand, they generally are also volunteer lifeguards. So they would take their knowledge of how to use the app back to their volunteer clubs and use the app when they were doing their volunteer patrols and teach other volunteer lifeguards how to use it. So it was kind of like a soft launch that organically started to be used by volunteer clubs. Once it was at a stage where it was a lot more usable, we started getting Surfcom to encourage the volunteer patrols to always be putting their information into the app. And so that first season, which was the 2019-2020 season, so last year, went actually really well. At the end of the season, that's when the major hurdles started to arrive for us. Obviously, COVID came along, so any kind of a lot of the emphasis and prioritization around the app kind of went out the window, because all of a sudden we were just trying to adapt the Surf Lifesaving service and everything to COVID, and none of us knew what COVID was going to mean for Surf Lifesaving at the time. And so it got to about August, and we hadn't really done too much on the app because of the COVID disruption, and that meant that a lot of the planning for this coming season had to be done really, really quickly under a lot of pressure. Those delays meant that some of the initial intentions of the app, for example, that it be able to send data automatically into the national database and reduce that manual entry of data by club administrators, it hadn't happened before the start of the season. So that was a real disappointment for a lot of our clubs. And because that was the original intention of the whole app, was to get rid of that manual data entry. In a bid to appease clubs, where Northern Region maybe went a little bit wrong was just around our communications with that automatic data entry. So clubs were told that even if the automatic integration of the app into what we call the CRM, or our national database, wasn't completed by the start of the season, then their data would be stored in the app and it could be uploaded automatically at a later time. And also they were promised that it would be done by December at the very latest. What ended up happening is that we later turned out that we couldn't do that. So we couldn't upload the data post that had already been collected automatically. So that's now having to be put in manually by our Surfcom operators. And also it turned out that it wasn't until February that the integration has actually been achieved, just because of a lot of issues around trying to get access into different places and just building those bridges into our database. So I took over as the project lead on this in late February, just as the integration was completed. And tests have been running over the past few weekends, and the majority of data is now coming across correctly automatically into our database. But as with anything, there's always issues that need to be ironed out. So for example, sometimes when a IRB driver is put in as their role as IRB driver, which is the driver of our rescue boats, that means they'll come up as a rookie, which is like a junior lifeguard in New Zealand. So just ironing out a couple of those issues with transfer of information, but generally it's going well. The manual entry of the paperwork now is a bit more of a challenge, because as you can imagine, 22 patrol locations with a whole summer worth of data, that's no small feat to try and do. But we're making good progress on that now, and Surfcom's taken it over because it was a promise Northern Region made to the clubs. Their data would be uploaded at a later date and it wouldn't have to be done by club administrators. So what my number one lesson is from the Northern Region and New Zealand experience is just around only promising what you know can actually be delivered, and being clear and consistent in your messaging, particularly to volunteers, and also not overselling the products. For example, in Northern Region, I think a lot of everyone can see, or I think the majority of people can see the really positive benefits and the value add that the app has and will have in Surf Lifesaving. But yeah, it's just around, at the moment, we're still in the progress of getting it up to speed and increasing the usability of it. So feedback is mixed, but generally positive. There's always opponents to change, which mostly explains most of the negative feedback we receive. But as I say, I think most clubs and all of the staff really see the benefit that the app brings. SurfCom staff really find it efficient, much more efficient for gathering information. So that's made a big difference there. Really reduced our non-emergency radio traffic, and has also helped to save lives, prevent major SAR events from unfolding, because information that previously wasn't available is now live and just a click away. As some of those other speakers have described, sometimes connectivity is a bit of an issue for us, just because we've got some patrols in really remote locations with no internet or no cell phone reception. But it's something we're working on, and we've made a lot of progress on this season. So in terms of the learnings, obviously that major learning, that big piece of feedback that I give to everyone is just around only promising what can be actually delivered. And also the second thing I'd say is just making sure that your app is as user-friendly as possible for all areas that are using it. So in our case, that's the lifeguards on the beach, the SurfCom operators here in the comm centre, and also the club administrators and staff who use the national database. Yeah, so that's basically everything I had to say on this. But yeah, in general, it's been a really good learnings and pathway, and we're really excited for where this can go, but it's not been without its challenges.
Excellent. Thank you, John Michael, for the really informative presentation on the trial. And I'm very grateful to you and for everybody else for being candidly honest about some of the things that aren't going so well. So we have one more presentation before we kind of move into a panel discussion and take some questions. Again, if you do have some questions or you want to hear the perspective from some of the folks who've presented, please drop those questions into the Q&A section on Zoom. And let's see, John Michael, can you stop sharing your screen? And then Travis will start sharing his screen. And here we go. Travis works for Surf Life Saving Australia. He originally developed the key system for Safeguard, the product that he's going to talk about, and is now managing a team of staff and developers to cover all of the IT needs of SLSA, which I imagine are many. So Travis, thank you so much for talking to us today about the Surf Life Saving Australia SurfGuard app.
Yeah, thanks, Will. Can everyone hear me okay?
We can hear you. Are you going to share your screen, or are you just going to chat?
Yeah, I'll just share the screen now. Can you see that one, guys?
Yes, can see it.
All right, great. Yeah, well, thanks again, Will, and also the team from Surf Life Saving New South Wales who kind of got me onto this session, just to share the challenges and opportunities that we've had around this whole side of things. So I guess we're kind of in a similar boat to the gang over in Surf Life Saving New Zealand, in that we've got a really unique structure where it's not just lifeguards that we're talking about, not just a paid service. We also have to cater for that huge component of our membership base, which is volunteer. And for us at Surf Life Saving Australia, that extends across the entire country. So, every state, different time zones, all of those kinds of things. So we've certainly shared the same challenges as Surf Life Saving New Zealand in that regard. So one of as you can see there on that slide, that's just a quick overview of kind of what we look after at the higher level. So a lot of surf clubs, a lot of lifeguard services, a lot of different support operation entities as well. Some of those being 24/7 response as well. It's all managed through our SurfCom operation centres, which are distributed around each state. And we've got a lot of active lifeguards and lifesavers. We're talking about kind of 40,000 plus 50,000 plus active lifeguards and lifesavers. Most of those are lifesavers, so volunteers. And as in the same boat as New Zealand. You know, we've got this split where quite a lot of lifeguards are actually volunteer lifesavers as well. So certainly one of the challenges that we've had is just that huge spread of different services, different processes across the whole country as well, and a large volunteer basis. So, you know, most of that has been the volunteer side of things. So one of the key things and learnings that has come from my perspective has been that it's quite easy to instruct a lifeguard to do something in terms of using an app. You know, this is the process, this is how you will enter the statistics, this is what you must do at the start, middle and end of patrol. It's quite a lot harder getting that message out to a whole bunch of volunteers who are volunteering their time for the organization, and you can't really it's a lot harder to instruct them or tell them how to do things, because, you know, often they're just doing things the way they want to do because they're volunteering their own time. So getting that message across and trying to make it as user-friendly as possible has been a really big thing for certainly for me. And I'll just dive into the actual app, but I suppose one of the big challenges that we've had has, funnily enough, been time zone. I don't know if any other organisations have had this challenge as well, but certainly for us, where we've got in every single state in Australia, we've got almost different time zones at different times of the year. And having a system that will actually deal with all those different variations in time zone, in terms of logging the timestamps for rescues, as you mentioned, Will, like getting that important information. You know, you don't want that stuff to be an hour out or anything like that, or 3 hours out in our case sometimes across the country. So that's been a really interesting and big challenge that's taken us a few years to really nail down. And also the different operations that we actually have. So stats are gathered differently for lifeguards and lifesavers, and they're also gathered differently in different states as well. And then you introduce support services like jet rescue boats, helicopters, jet skis, all those kinds of things. You've got a lot of very different facets of information and stats gathering that we have to cater for. So I'll dive into the app now. So basically what we've done is we've developed an app called the Operations app, and it's been born mainly from an integration point with all our existing systems. So as you can see there on the slide, we've got some existing services which have been there for many years on the left. So we've got SurfGuard, which is our management tool or CRM system, which essentially all of the club administrators in the states use to manage their lifeguards, clubs, support service personnel, etc. We've got our SurfCom operation centres like Surf Lifesaving New Zealand, in each state, which manages the real-time or, you know, on beach operations of what's happening on the day and incidents, those kinds of things. And then we've got some of our more static data in databases such as ABSTAMP, which is our beach database, which has an extensive list of information about essentially all 12,000 plus beaches in the whole of Australia, and that extends to sediment data, scientific information, descriptions of every beach, photos, all sorts of things. So one of the key things for us was to integrate all that information together along with the operations app to actually create a suite of systems which all work together. So the operations app talks to SurfGuard, talks to SurfCom, talks to ABSTAMP, connects all that information together. And then on top of that, we also have BeachSafe, which you can see there on the right, which is our essentially public website for the community. So all that information can actually be displayed in real time to the public, so people can make informed decisions about where they want to go to the beach for that day, for example. So as you can see, there's kind of less of an emphasis, I suppose, on just purely gathering stats on any given day for a location, and more of an emphasis on the entire pipeline or the entire suite of systems that all talk to each other across the entire country. So that's one of the big challenges for us. You know, there's not that kind of intimate one thing that we're looking at. You know, it's all about the stats and that's it. We're kind of like spread quite thinly across that whole structure. So going into the app, essentially what happens is we have these three components. So for each patrol team or lifeguard service that's on duty, we've got their on-beach operation, which you know, similar to some of the other previous presentations, you can set your patrol status, what's the beach status, open, closed, Have you got an operational ATV? Have you got an operational UAV? That's one that's popped up the last few years around aerial surveillance. And then also gathering things like beach attendance, the location of the patrol tent and flags. Is there a photo of the conditions, and they can update that on a regular basis. So that's the operational side of it. And then the operational side then extends through into the patrol hour side, which we gather. So that's the hours that patrol members have actually been doing on that given day. And that's really important for us from a competition perspective. Members want to see that information go straight into the system. They want to do a patrol and know that when they log into their members portal that afternoon, that their hours have been logged in there. They want that instantness of everything that happens these days in the world from an electronic perspective. And then also the stats as well, which I'll go through in a second. So in terms of the stats gathering, we basically break it down a lot like a lot like the guys in Hawaii and those kinds of things that we saw before. So we've got kind of our key areas here around weather, hazards, beach closure reasons, our hourly attendance, rescue information, first aids, preventions, missing persons, local government, ordnance, so dogs littering, public relations, that kind of thing. Marine stinger information about the actual species and the count if there were any sightings, and then basic gear and equipment checks and notes. So that's kind of a basic overview. And then diving into some of these things, we kind of identified very early on in the piece that we had to make something mandatory. When you've got a paper form, nothing's necessarily mandatory unless you're telling people to fill out something. So we had to identify, since going electronic, what items do we want people to fill out definitely every patrol as a mandatory thing, and what's kind of optional. And one of the things that came up was weather, because we never had that information. Even though there is a lot of information coming from the Bureau of Meteorology, the BOM, we never quite made that link before. So what we did was we kind of decided to do both. So we made weather mandatory for the patrol to enter, but we also linked the app into the BOM so we don't have that issue with duplication and people doing something that they don't really need to be doing. So what happens basically when they log into the app, they've got 3 points in time throughout their patrol where they can record weather, and they just have to hit the auto button here, and that basically just sucks all the weather data for that current time right then and there into the app from the Bureau of Meteorology. So they don't have to think about it. It just sucks it straight in, including all the tide details as well. And then it's up to the discretion of the patrol person on duty to make changes if need be. So some of these weather sections are 2, 3, 4 kilometers off the coast. In that case, the wave height might be quite different on the beach as it is right out there. So they can make some informed decisions and change that information if need be. We're making it easier for them to just suck it straight into the app. So that's been a really cool little tool we found to save a lot of time. Also an emphasis on attendance. So that's that basic, count every hour, how many swimmers are there in the water, how many craft, how many on beach, and how many swimmers outside the flags as well. And then the other one is rescue information as well. So again, we had to identify, if you're going to log a rescue, what do we actually want as mandatory information? So in this case, as you can see there's only a handful of fields that we've deemed mandatory in a rescue case. You can't mandate that postcode be entered, for example, because you're not always going to get that from a person who you've just dragged out of the water. So we had to identify a few key fields like time, gender, method, and the condition of the person as mandatory. And then if you're doing a mass rescue, as you can see here, where you've rescued 2, 3, 4, 20 people at the same time, then there's even less emphasis on some of that information, and it's really more about what time was it done and what was the location of that specific rescue. So where possible, trying to get as much information as we can. I suppose just to wrap it up, a couple of pages of interest within the app. So as you can see here, as people are logging attendance throughout any given day on the beach, that information is mapped in real time within the app for anyone to see. So at an individual club level or even up at a state level, or even down at a kind of a council level or branch level, you can actually see the aggregate totals of the attendance throughout the day in real time as you go. And you can zip back to previous days and see that information too. So that's something we've never, ever had before, which is awesome. The ability to create an incident manager through the app. And then also the activity feed. So one thing we found going electronic was we lost the radio chatter that a lot of volunteers are used to hearing radio chatter and knowing what's happening at other beaches. So we introduced this concept of an activity feed where even though there might not be as much radio chatter and everything's been done electronic, you can still sift through the radio feed and see what's happening around you, and even drill down to you know, within a certain distance from your club if you just want to see what's happening around, specifically around you. Yeah, so kind of what we've learned, you know, by making it electronic, it's allowed us to determine, you know, what information is mandatory and optional, as I mentioned before. Also just the variation in coastline, you know, environment, conditions, you know, marine stingers maybe not be an issue in the deep south of Australia, but it is certainly an issue up north, crocodiles as well. So, you know, all of those little variations. We're also just the emphasis on improving the data quality and also the quantity of data in terms of the data that we actually really want. Real-time data capture and use for reporting. And then also, I guess, just to finish on in terms of security and logins and things like that, that was the one thing we found. Now, how are we going to manage this when you think about 300 surf clubs, you've got 2 or 3 people in each patrol team, potentially 10, 20 patrol teams per club. You're talking about thousands of people who are logging into this app on a weekend to record the information. So we've got a members portal, basically, which all the members use for renewing their membership and checking their awards and all those kinds of things. So we've set that up as a single sign-on instance. And basically the focus for Lifesavers is we've tried to focus on bring your own device. You know, we can't roll out thousands and thousands of tablets. So it's all about bring your own device, use your own phone and your own internet, but you just log into the app using your single sign-on login for your members area. And then you can do everything you need to based on the fact that you're already known as a patrol captain, vice captain, etc. So, yeah, so that's pretty much a wrap for me.
Excellent. Thank you, Travis. Yeah, super informative information. And again, it's so interesting to hear kind of the echoes of we're running into this problem and thinking about this and that sort of thing. So Travis, if you could stop sharing your screen, and then if the rest of the panelists want to turn on their video and unmute their mics, we have 5-10 minutes for a little bit of a discussion. There are some questions that have come in, but I'm going to start off. So in the course of all of your presentations, we've heard password issues, software updates, working internally with the IT, security, funding problems. Do you go with an in-house app or a vendor and then you own the problems or push the problems on somebody else? Connectivity issues in remote places, you know, kinks and problems with training staff, different locations, right? So we've talked about a lot of barriers here, and something that Chris Brewster brought up in the chat is a really important point in this cost benefit kind of analysis, right? And so to my knowledge, that hasn't been done yet. If you look at other emergency services like police, fire, and especially in the hospital setting, there's lots of work out there that have compared different types of data collection systems. So with the lack of a scientific study, I guess the question that I'd like to pose to the group is, do the benefits that you've seen thus far outweigh the myriad of challenges that we're discussing here? And again, same thing as before, hopefully my computer stays on. If you want to chat, just raise your hand and then I'll call on you and we can have a little bit of a discussion. So benefits versus all of the barriers that we've been talking about. Thoughts and comments? Anybody want to go first? Kalani, thank you.
Yeah, so I could see the benefits being the time saved by my supervisors chasing the paperwork around the island, because some towers are so far apart, and for getting one simple paper can take a couple of days, believe me. And the paperwork, obviously we work out in the open environment, and it's like today it's flooding on my island, so it's dumping rain in the towers and keeping all this stuff dry and transporting them all back to our home base, and then inputting the data into the computer takes some time. I would prefer my captains and supervisors being out on the line and managing the personnel accordingly to make sure they're getting consistent data. The data helps me get what I need for my operation. Yes, all these little glitches here and there on the updates and all these little different challenges, I think it outweighs the information that is provided for me to get the guys the necessary equipment. I heard some comments earlier with all this data came in that they got a boat to manage their waterways, and look, now it's a full-time operation. So with all this valuable data, it does outweigh the challenges because it provides me a better operation.
Excellent. Thanks, Kalani. John Michael, did you want to comment?
Sorry, am I on mute?
Yep, no, you're good. I can hear you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I was just going to say I would say at the moment where we're at with the app, it's what some other people have identified where it's actually currently adding to the administrative burden, but because everyone can see the potential of where it's going in terms of the sending data live back to ServCom so that can be used in incident management and checked over, and also to reduce that administrative burden eventually, well, from kind of now onwards for club administrators, is going to be a huge benefit. So I think the lifeguards, because we've communicated in a way and they know the intentions of the project and they can see the benefits of it, are accepting that current administrative burden or the additional administrative burden really well. And so, yeah, I would say, for example, in New Zealand or in Northern Region, we've been able to use it in a number of circumstances around incidents where people, say, for example, we get a call saying someone's in distress on an upturned boat at a particular beach. Whereas before we wouldn't have known what lifeguards were on or whatever, if it was after hours, we were able to look in the app and say, okay, it's been Harry, Bree, and Kalani that day. We're going to call them and see if they're still at the beach. And that way we were able to identify that actually it wasn't someone in the water, it was just a plastic bag that was floating around. And so that saved thousands of dollars in sending helicopters and jet skis and Coast Guard units to go and start a search for something that would have ended up just being a plastic bag.
Yeah, and that, I mean, you've hit so many points in there. One of the things that I heard you say was that important communication to in the rollout process, right? That, hey, right now it might be, a little bit more work on you now, but everybody kind of has this vision of what can come. So very good. Any other comments or questions on the cost benefit analysis piece? And I think that it is also, important to remember that there's lots of other systems out there, right? So like, the lifeguards in Shell Harbor have come up with a system where they're collecting data on SharePoint. Lifeguards in Newport Beach, California are using a computer-aided dispatch program that's useful for like police, right? People are using watches. There's all sorts of additional things that are coming. So Russell, why don't you go ahead?
Thanks, Will. Yeah, I'm not a lifeguard, so I don't have that perspective, but from a technology perspective and data perspective, I think there's a dynamic at play here around cost and the conversion of data and cost of data creation. So it's become much easier to create data, but managing that data is really important. And beyond that, the next hurdle is when someone creates data, there's a natural tendency to want to own it because data is the new gold, right? And in underfunded industries that can't afford to invest in big technologies to do these solutions, data sharing is paramount. Like you have to break down the silos of data protection. Without data, if you can share data across organizations, by state government or government in underfunded industries like ours, you will supercharge technology growth just by sharing. So trying to retain data and keep it just yourself, that's stopping innovation.
Yeah, and then that goes also back to the continuing conversation about linking with other systems, and in that linkage process, is it a two-way street or more of a one-way street? So we have reached time for the end of the conference. I'm happy to hang out and continue this conversation because this is the type of stuff that I really like to talk about. But if you need to go, then that's fine. Just one quick reminder is that you will receive a survey later in a couple hours about the conference. If we are going to plan something else like this again, that information is very helpful. So, okay, for the lifeguard data collection panel, I guess, any other comments on cost benefit analysis from Travis or Kurt or Trevor or anything? Any other issues you want to talk about? Travis?
Yeah, I'm happy to jump in there. Yeah, I mean, I suppose cost is a big one, and as Russell said, it's all about budgets and all of those kinds of things. I suppose from Surf Lifesaving Australia's perspective, we're not a company that's in it to make money. We're basically a charity, a not-for-profit that tries its best to make money just purely to provide resources for people to be on the beach and save lives. So, IT in general for us is always a really hard one because we never have enough money. We never have enough we never have enough management to be able to manage those IT projects. So it's a really hard one, but I think time benefit, definitely. We're talking about maybe a small amount of extra time for the volunteers and lifeguards to add information in real time on the beach. But that translates into, and as John Michael said, it translates into a huge time benefit on the other side of the equation with club administrators and lifeguard managers not having to enter that data into our CRM system retrospectively, from paper, and getting it wrong half the time because people's handwriting is shitty, so yeah, the list goes on.
Yeah, right. And I mean, it's crazy, right? Like when I talk to people in other industries about this and tell them, oh yeah, when I worked as a lifeguard, I spent, the better half of 2 days going through a week of paper reports, just putting into Excel. People are like, their minds are blown that that's still where the profession is at. So the time saving there is a huge one. Trevor or Kurt, anything else to add on this?
Yeah, so for us, I just mimic exactly what Travis said, and then what you said. Our guards will go out in the tower previously, and then they'll come back to our lifeguard headquarters. This is pre-COVID, and they would fill out their paper documents. Yeah. A lot of times it would equate to a half hour, and then maybe if they got assigned to do something else for a couple minutes, then it would go over into the next half hour of billing. And so it would be extra hours on top of the end of their shift. And now when everything's live time and they're just calling back, that completely eliminates it. And so we're actually we'll anticipate us seeing more and more of a cost savings for personnel. And then also the report generation was like you said, just takes so much time. So the report generation is another huge.
Yeah, that's so interesting, right? Because thus far we've talked about cost savings from like a supervisor or a manager point of view, but what you're describing is at the end of a Saturday, you would pay every lifeguard working, that's 30, 40, 50 people, a half an hour of work to do the reporting, where now that cost is gone away because they're doing it all live. Yeah, interesting. Kurt, any last comments for the final word?
I actually agree with everything you guys said, and with Kalani as well, because I'm in a similar situation. Every week we have about 400 pieces of paper that come through, and we have currently one person that has other things to do, but is tasked with putting that into a spreadsheet. So for decision making and purchasing and all that stuff, I think benefits are huge.
Awesome. Do any of you have questions for each other that we want to address, or any additional points before we close out the session? No? All right. I think that we're going to leave it. Oh, Kalani, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Just a last comment. I talked about we're looking at another program, and it's Watchtower. I just gave the designer all my, so they're going to be giving us a few iPads for a 90-day trial for free. So we're going to try utilize and share information with the rest of those other operations using that program.
Yeah, awesome. So as the industry continues to advance in this area, this is an ongoing conversation. I mean, I think today was a really excellent opportunity to get all of you just in the same space at the same time. So I'm very, very grateful for each of you, coming to present today. And I think, as we move forward, I would love to keep this collaboration going. And if here at UNSW, we can kind of serve as a hub and a connector, we'd be happy to continue facilitating these sorts of conversations. So with that, I will just say thank you again to everybody. Grateful for all the attendees who logged in. Hopefully you enjoyed the sessions. We will be distributing the videos of these presentations probably in a couple days. For now, I'm going to go have lunch and turn off all my computers. So thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Will. Awesome.
Thanks, everyone. Cheers.
Bye-bye.